Chosen one. Listen carefully, because heaven has paused for you tonight. Everything around you may appear ordinary. The hum of the city, the ticking clock, the faint rustle of the night wind. Yet, in the unseen, something shifts. The rhythm of eternity slows, just long enough for the Father to whisper your name. This moment is not random. It is a divine appointment. You are not scrolling by chance. Heaven has waited for this exact second to tell you God will do the greatest thing ever with you tonight. For years, you've walked through seasons where nothing made sense. You watched others rise while you felt buried. You kept praying, even when your prayers sounded like echoes in an empty room. But what you didn't realize is that the silence was sacred. It was heaven preparing the stage for revelation. The same way a conductor raises his hand before the orchestra explodes with sound, heaven was holding its breath before releasing your symphony. Imagine this. The stars above you are like divine witnesses, each one blinking in rhythm with your heartbeat. The moonlight becomes a throne room spotlight. And you, yes, you stand in its center. There's a trembling in the air, like creation itself, waiting for your obedience. Because when a chosen one aligns with God's timing, the whole universe adjusts its orbit. A story comes to mind. There was once a young believer who couldn't see purpose in his pain. Every door he knocked on closed. Every friendship dissolved. And every prayer seemed delayed. But one night, while sitting alone under a single flickering lamp, he whispered, "God, if you're real, speak to me." The very next morning, his entire path shifted. He didn't know that heaven had been waiting for that surrender. Chosen one. Your night might look the same, but this time, you're the one under heaven's spotlight. It is written in the book of Joshua, chapter 1, verse 9. Be strong and courageous. Do not be afraid. Do not be discouraged. For the Lord your God will be with you wherever you go. Do you feel that stirring inside your chest? That's not anxiety, that's awakening. The breath of God is reviving your courage. You thought this was the season of exhaustion, but it's the season of strength. Courage doesn't mean the absence of fear. It means standing firm while heaven fights for you. Your weariness was never wasted. Every tear watered the soil of transformation. Every rejection carved space for divine redirection. Tonight, heaven is writing your next chapter in gold ink. It won't be written by luck, or timing, or people's approval, but by the author of destiny himself. Close your eyes for a moment and breathe. The air tonight is holy. You might feel chills, or maybe your heart beats a little faster. That's the signal. The presence of God is near. He is whispering. You were never forgotten. You may have thought your prayers were lost in the clouds, but every word was stored, every sigh noted. Heaven doesn't forget the sound of its chosen ones. Think of it like a bow being drawn back. The further you were pulled into tension, the greater the distance you'll travel when released. That's what this night is about. Release. God has been drawing you, not to break you, but to send you farther than you ever dreamed. Someone needs to hear this. Your delay was divine design. God didn't say no, he said not yet. Because if he had answered you before the preparation was done, the blessing would have crushed you. But tonight, the readiness meets the promise. The waiting season closes. Chosen one. Heaven is closer than your breath. Angels lean in, listening for your response. Will you believe that you are part of something eternal? that you were handcrafted to carry glory in a world that's forgotten what light feels like. This is not a coincidence. This is divine intervention. And now, as the Spirit moves across your room, you can almost feel it. The weight of destiny settling gently on your shoulders. It's light but powerful. Like a crown made of wind and flame, you've been chosen to rise. Not for fame, not for applause, but to be a living sign that God still moves through those who trust Him. If your spirit agrees, whisper softly where you are, "I am ready." Before we continue deeper into what God will unfold tonight, take one step of faith like this message. Share it, so another heart might awaken. Subscribe to stay aligned with future revelations. And comment 222 below as a prophetic act declaring that divine alignment has begun. Heaven doesn't measure your power by numbers, but by willingness. And tonight, you are willing. The night is not just another night. It's sacred ground. You stand on the threshold of transformation, surrounded by invisible fire. The same fire that once called Moses, that lit the path of Esther, that anointed David in secret. It burns now in your spirit. The greatest thing God will do is not around you, but in you. And when it happens, you'll know. Peace will be undeniable, clarity overwhelming, and fear will lose its grip. You will feel lighter, freer, stronger, because when God moves, He doesn't just visit, He inhabits. So lift your eyes. Chosen one, heaven is watching, waiting for your yes. Your story begins tonight. When you wake tomorrow, something inside you will have shifted. You'll notice peace where anxiety once lived, confidence where doubt used to whisper. The world may look the same, but you will not be the same. God has signed His fingerprint across your heart tonight. This is the beginning of divine evidence. Doors that resisted you will now recognize you. Conversations will flow in your favor. People who overlooked you will suddenly be reminded of your name. That's how heaven works quietly, yet unmistakably. So, walk forward. Chosen one, the night has crowned you with purpose. Carry that light into every step you take, and remember, the greatest move of God is already in motion through you. The fire you felt last night has not faded, it has settled. It moves quietly beneath your ribs, warm and alive, like the steady pulse of something sacred. You woke up different. The world may not see it yet, but heaven knows. You have been marked by fire. There is something holy about the moment God chooses a person. It doesn't arrive with noise or spectacle. It comes in silence, like a spark that catches dry wood. You may not even realize it at first. You think it's just restlessness or a deep ache for something you can't name. But it's the sign. It's the evidence of calling. That gentle burning you feel is the language of destiny. A chosen one once said, "It felt like my chest was burning, but nothing was wrong with my body. It wasn't pain, it was purpose." That's how God marks His vessels. The mark isn't on your skin. It's within your soul. The world may label it as intensity or sensitivity, but heaven calls it anointing. You might look back and see all the things that could have destroyed you, and yet somehow you are still standing. The fire you walked through didn't consume you, it refined you. The heartbreak, the betrayal, the disappointment, all of it became fuel for your transformation. Every season that tried to silence you only sharpened your voice. Sometimes you wonder why you feel everything so deeply, why you care when others seem numb, why injustice, pain, and loneliness strike you harder. It's because you carry divine sensitivity. You were not created to blend in, you were created to burn. And the mark of fire demands that you feel, that you see, that you move with compassion, even when others choose indifference. The Spirit spoke through the prophet Jeremiah in the book of Jeremiah, chapter 1, verse 5. Before I formed you in the womb, I knew you. Before you were born, I set you apart. I appointed you as a prophet to the nations. Those words are ancient, but tonight they breathe again. You were not a last-minute idea. You were set apart before time began. God saw your mistakes, your future fears, and your frailty, and still, He chose you. The mark of fire is not given to the perfect, but to the surrendered. Think of how gold is tested. It must pass through the furnace to reveal its purity. You, too, have been through furnaces of rejection, of confusion, of waiting, yet here you are, shining brightly, not realizing the glow others can see when they look at you. Heaven doesn't waste fire. Every flame that touched you was part of preparation. Imagine standing before a forge. Sparks fly, metal glows, and a hammer strikes again and again. It looks violent, but it's art. The blacksmith doesn't strike to destroy, he shapes. That's what God's been doing with you. Every hit, every delay, every loss it was shaping. The mark of fire means you're not ordinary material. You were meant to hold divine weight. There is a sacred loneliness that comes with being chosen. People may misunderstand you, and that's all right. They see only the surface. They cannot feel the holy restlessness inside you. Sometimes even those closest to you won't understand the intensity of your calling. But remember this: the mark of fire isolates before it ignites. The cocoon must close before the butterfly can emerge. And while you've been in your cocoon praying, waiting, questioning, heaven has been whispering over you, hold still. I'm not punishing you, I'm purifying you. The longer the fire burns, the purer the vessel becomes. When Moses saw the burning bush, he didn't rush away, he turned aside. That's the secret of every marked one. When they see the flame, they draw nearer instead of fleeing. And as you move closer to the fire, you discover that what looked like destruction is actually presence. The mark of fire also gives you eyes that see differently. You start to notice divine patterns hidden in ordinary days. The right conversation at the right time, the sudden peace after a storm, the unexplainable favor when you thought all was lost. These are not coincidences. They are sparks, reminders that heaven walks with you. You may question, why me? Why now? But fire doesn't ask permission. It simply burns where it's welcomed. The moment you said yes, heaven took note. That's why attacks grew stronger, distractions multiplied, and certain friendships faded. The more intense the opposition, the clearer your identity becomes. Your spirit carries light, and darkness recognizes it. That's why your presence unsettles certain places. But don't shrink back to make others comfortable. The mark of fire was never meant to be hidden. It's meant to set others ablaze. When people encounter you, they should feel something divine stir inside them, a longing for more, for truth, for light. There will come a night when you realize that everything you endured was God's way of teaching you endurance. Every unanswered prayer became a lesson in trust. Every heartbreak, a deeper understanding of His love. And when you stand before others, telling your story, your scars will glow like embers, evidence of where the fire has been, but also proof that you survived it. The mark of fire is not a burden, it's a seal. It means that heaven trusts you with revelation, that you can be trusted to carry power without pride, authority without arrogance, light without boasting. So as you move through this day, let the fire within guide your steps. Speak when prompted. Listen when silent. Love even when unreciprocated. And remember the same flame that burns in you once burned in prophets, dreamers, and warriors before you. You stand in a long lineage of the ignited. The night may have been your turning point, but today is your confirmation. You are marked, purified, and ready. The world may not yet know your name, but heaven already celebrates it. The mark of fire remains. It will lead you through the storms to come. And in every dark place, it will remind you who you are. The silence that follows the fire is not emptiness, it's establishment. Heaven never ignites without intent. When God marks you, He doesn't just light you up, He positions you. The whisper before the storm is that quiet, trembling stillness when heaven is aligning every unseen detail around your life. You may not hear movement, but you are surrounded by divine activity. There is a moment between revelation and release where God holds you still. You wonder, has He forgotten me again? But no, He is rearranging things that your eyes cannot yet see. Sometimes heaven must quiet the noise so that you can discern the instructions. The whisper is not weakness, it is strategy. In that stillness, the Spirit teaches you to listen differently. The world listens to noise, but heaven trains you to listen to breath, to the small nudges, the divine interruptions, the subtle warnings. You are learning the language of stillness, the same language Elijah learned when the wind, the earthquake, and the fire passed by, and God spoke in the gentle whisper, as the scripture records in the first book of Kings, chapter 19, verse 12. And after the earthquake came a fire, but the Lord was not in the fire. And after the fire came a gentle whisper. No, that gentle whisper carries power greater than thunder. The loud moments catch attention, but the quiet ones change direction. It is in silence that destinies turn. Many chosen ones lose their way, not because they don't love God, but because they never learned to wait long enough to hear His whisper. Picture a seed buried in soil. To the world, it looks dead, forgotten, covered. But inside the dark, roots are forming. The soil presses hard against it. The rain soaks it, and it cracks open. The seed's breaking is its becoming. So it is with you. Your breaking seasons weren't endings. They were the sound of God birthing something deeper. A chosen one once shared how he felt abandoned after a powerful encounter with God. He said, "It was as if heaven had gone quiet." But years later, he realized that heaven hadn't gone silent. It had gone strategic. God was testing his ability to move by faith, not by feeling. That's what the whisper does. It trains your spirit to recognize the voice that never shouts. Maybe you've been in that season too. You pray, but answers come in whispers. You ask for signs, but God sends stillness. You want movement, but He gives you peace. That peace is not absence, it's assurance. The whisper before the storm means the wind of God is gathering strength. You might be like the disciples on the boat, watching clouds form, sensing something building, but not knowing when it will break. That's exactly how destiny unfolds. God whispers before He roars. He prepares before He reveals. Listen carefully to the subtle confirmations. A phrase you overhear, a dream that returns, a verse that lingers in your mind. These are breadcrumbs from heaven, leading you forward. The whisper teaches trust, and trust builds maturity. Sometimes you will feel like shouting, but heaven will say, "Stay still," because stillness is not passivity, it's posture. The warriors of God know when to move and when to wait. The whisper season is training your timing. When everything feels paused, heaven is writing blueprints. When nothing seems to move, heaven is mapping the way. The storm you sense is not destruction, it's delivery. You are about to step into the place where your preparation meets divine power. So, if you feel forgotten, remember this: whispers always precede wonders. The quieter heaven becomes, the closer the breakthrough is. God is not absent, He is focused. He is aligning favor, preparing people, and adjusting paths so that when the storm of blessing breaks, it will find you ready, not reckless. Take this silence personally. It is proof that heaven is near. God doesn't whisper to crowds, He whispers to the close ones. If you can hear Him, it means you've drawn near enough to catch secrets others miss. You are no longer an observer, you are an insider to divine movement. And when the storm comes, and it will, you will not be afraid. Because you already heard the whisper, you will recognize His rhythm, the heartbeat of heaven that says, "This is the moment." Now, to seal this truth within you, type these words below as your declaration of faith. I hear you. Write it not as a comment for others, but as an act of agreement with heaven itself. When you type those 3 words, you are telling the Lord, even in silence, I trust your voice. It's a prophetic gesture, a small response that echoes loudly in the spirit realm. You are being trained to live tuned in to heaven's frequency. The whisper before the storm is not a delay, it's a divine countdown. Every second of silence is preparation for the sound that's about to change everything. Hold your peace. Chosen one. The whisper means God is near. The storm is almost here, and this time, it will not break you, it will carry you. The storm that is coming will not be chaos, it will be clarity. Everything that was uncertain will begin to make sense. You'll look back and realize that the whisper wasn't God's distance, it was His direction. He was leading you with precision, making sure every step brought you closer to the promise He designed long ago. In the coming days, the atmosphere around you will begin to shift. Conversations will align. Opportunities will reappear. And peace will anchor your heart. These are not coincidences, they are confirmations. The storm of blessing does not arrive to destroy your structure, it arrives to water your seeds. Heaven is preparing rain for every field you've sown in faith. So when you sense the wind rising again, don't panic. Remember what the whisper taught you: to listen, to trust, to stay steady. This time, the storm is carrying your breakthrough home. There is a place beyond exhaustion where revelation begins to breathe. You have walked through wilderness, wondering if God still heard you. if the silence meant rejection. But tonight, heaven reveals what the wilderness truly was: training. Every dry place you endured was not punishment, it was preparation. You see, the wilderness is not the absence of God. It is the classroom of God. He leads his chosen ones there to strip away distractions, to recalibrate desire, to teach dependence. It is the sacred in-between, the place where comfort dies and calling is born. Think back on the long seasons when everything you touched seemed to crumble. Plans failed, doors closed, prayers felt unanswered. You thought you were losing ground, but you were being rooted, like a tree forced to dig deeper for water. You were learning to survive on what others overlook: the presence of God himself. Heaven speaks clearly through the writings in the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 8, verse 2. Remember how the Lord your God led you all the way in the wilderness these 40 years, to humble and test you in order to know what was in your heart, whether or not you would keep his commands. This verse is not a rebuke, it is revelation. God never wastes the wilderness. He uses it to expose weakness, to strengthen character, to test love. The wilderness strips away false confidence until only truth remains. It removes applause, leaving only the sound of your breath and his whisper. Many great ones were trained in such solitude. Moses met God in the desert before he ever faced Pharaoh. David learned to worship among sheep before he ever fought Goliath. Jesus himself fasted 40 days in wilderness, silence, before miracles began. You walk a familiar path, one carved by those heaven trusted most. There is a sacred rhythm to divine delay. The wilderness doesn't mean God has stopped working. It means he's working differently. Instead of building around you, he builds within you. In the silence, he forges resilience. In the hunger, e cultivates discernment, you begin to see what truly satisfies and what only distracts. Some days you woke up feeling forgotten. You prayed, but words fell flat. You searched for signs, but saw only sand. Yet even there, unseen, God fed you manna, the kind of provision that teaches trust one day at a time. Manna never came in excess. It came just enough for the day. And that is how God disciplines faith, by teaching you that enough with him is always abundance. In the wilderness, you learn to stop chasing outcomes and start pursuing presence. Success no longer defines you. Obedience does. Comfort no longer fuels you. Conviction does. The chosen one must first master stillness before carrying movement. Perhaps you didn't realize it, but every time you survived a day of silence, heaven took note. Every time you refused to give up, angels leaned closer. The wilderness watches too. It bears witness to your endurance. There's something else you need to know. Wilderness seasons end. They do not last forever. God never intends for you to wander endlessly. The same Spirit that led you into this place will lead you out. When the test is complete, when humility and trust take root, the desert will release you. You will know it's time when small signs begin to appear: peace returning, opportunities resurfacing, your heart responding to new dreams. That's how the wilderness whispers, graduation is near. Yet even after you leave it, you'll carry the lessons. You'll no longer panic when things pause, because you understand what silence means. You'll stop begging for easy paths, because you've seen what pressure can produce. You'll trust faster, complain less, and move with quiet authority. That's the true fruit of the wilderness. A chosen one once described it this way: it's like walking through a long hallway with no windows, only to discover that the entire time the builder was creating doors at the end. The desert felt endless, but it was leading somewhere. You, too, have been walking towards something greater than you can imagine. Even now, heaven reviews your faithfulness, the tears, the patience, the hidden obedience. All of it has been counted. God doesn't forget students who complete their wilderness training. He promotes them when no one expects it. Suddenly, what was invisible becomes undeniable. So do not despise the dry ground. It taught you to find streams in unseen places. Do not hate the hunger. It taught you to taste truth. Do not curse the solitude. It taught you to listen. Every hardship you faced has turned into spiritual muscle. You no longer break as easily. You no longer run as quickly. You no longer need validation to keep going. The wilderness rewired your identity. You are no longer the one who doubts easily. You've seen too much, felt too much, endured too much. Your faith now carries the sound of endurance, the rhythm of maturity, and soon you will see why it all mattered. The lessons you learned in private will become the wisdom others seek in public. Your scars will teach strength. Your story will become instruction. Those still walking through their desert will look to you and see evidence that God leads people through, not just into wilderness. So tonight, rest. You are not lost. You are in process. The wilderness is temporary, but the strength it gives you is eternal. When dawn comes, you will rise not as the same person who entered this place, but as one who carries heaven's authority in your silence. The wilderness was never a punishment. It was a promise, proof that God trusted you enough to teach you personally. When heaven moves, it doesn't always make noise. Sometimes it's a shift, so gentle you almost miss it. The breath of God brushing past your spirit, aligning everything unseen. Tonight, that's what's happening. The great shift begins. You may not see it yet, but things are rearranging in your favor. The same God who led you through the wilderness is now adjusting the scenery of your life. What was once barren begins to bloom again. What was once delayed begins to accelerate. This is the season when heaven's timing collides with your obedience. Think of it like the changing of tides. When the sea withdraws, people think the water is gone, but it's only gathering strength for the next wave. That's exactly what's been happening with you. Every time life seemed to pull away, God was building momentum behind the scenes. And now, the wave is turning. The ancient words written in the book of Joshua, chapter 1, verse 9 say, "Be strong and courageous. Do not be afraid. Do not be discouraged. For the Lord your God will be with you wherever you go." That verse is not just comfort, it's command. Strength and courage are not emotions, they are decisions. The great shift begins the moment you decide not to let fear speak louder than faith. Heaven moves where faith leads. Sometimes, a divine shift feels uncomfortable. You'll sense endings where you wanted continuity, changes where you craved stability. But remember, when God repositions your life, it's never subtraction, it's alignment. He doesn't take away to punish, he removes to prepare. A chosen one once said, "When I lost everything, I realized heaven had only cleared the ground for something stronger to rise." That's what's happening with you. The ground may feel empty, but it's being tilled for a harvest so large that your old soil couldn't have sustained it. Right now, imagine yourself standing on a shoreline at dawn. The first light breaks over the horizon. You can feel the air shift, the kind of stillness that comes before something magnificent. The waves roll closer, whispering, "It's time." That's what heaven is saying to you tonight. Every decision, every act of faith, every quiet prayer, it all brought you to this point. The great shift isn't a sudden explosion of miracles, it's a steady turning of the wheel. Small doors begin to open. Tiny moments of favor appear. Peace begins to replace anxiety. These are signs that heaven's machinery has begun to move on your behalf. And now, as this shift unfolds, I want you to remember something vital. What God is doing in you isn't just for you. It's through you. When you're lifted, others rise. When your heart opens, light flows through. You are part of a larger movement of restoration, heaven's ripple effect. That's why I want to pause and speak from the heart. Every word you hear here, every message, every moment of reflection is created to remind souls like yours that heaven still speaks, still heals, still calls. These words are meant to be like lanterns carried forward by those who have received light, to guide others still wandering in the dark. If these messages have ever touched you, lifted you, or reminded you that you're not alone, I invite you to consider being part of this divine ripple. Your simple acts liking, sharing, and subscribing are not digital gestures. They're like throwing stones of light into still water, creating rings of hope that travel farther than you'll ever see. And for those who feel led, there is another way to participate, not by obligation, not by demand, but by choice. Supporting this message through your donation is like adding oil to a communal lamp. The more oil there is, the longer the flame burns. It's never about payment, it's about partnership. Every gift, no matter how small, becomes a drop of oil that keeps this flame alive for souls who still walk in the dark. Think of your support as planting a seed in a night garden. You may not know which flower your seed will bloom into, but heaven will make sure its fragrance reaches someone in need of hope. The beauty of giving isn't in the amount, it's in the heart behind it. When you give from gratitude, you echo heaven's generosity, and to those who simply stay, who listen, who comment, who share, you're already part of this mission. Your presence here is fuel. Every click, every word, every amen sent into the comment section becomes like tiny stars lighting up a digital sky. Back to the shift, because this moment, right now, is where your transformation deepens. You may feel a mix of anticipation and fear, like standing at the edge of something immense. But don't pull back. God never calls you into the unknown without already preparing the ground beneath your feet. The great shift also means divine reordering. People who once misunderstood you will see you differently. Opportunities that were beyond your reach will now come seeking you. The same spaces that once resisted your presence will begin to make room. Heaven is turning the page. But remember, every shift demands stillness before it strikes. Stay aligned. Don't rush what God is unfolding. The seed doesn't force its bloom. It simply trusts the soil. So do you. A time is coming soon when what you've been carrying inside will burst into visibility. Ideas will manifest. Relationships will heal. finances will stabilize, and most importantly, your spirit will rest. You will look around and whisper, "It finally makes sense." So if you can, share this message of light. Like it to keep the flame visible. Subscribe to stay connected to future revelations. And if your heart feels stirred, donate as an act of faith, not to buy a blessing, but to keep the lamp of hope burning for others, still searching for warmth in the dark. No one will ever see how much you give, but heaven always does. Heaven records every act of kindness, every offering of faith, every decision made in love, and heaven always multiplies it. You are stepping into a divine rearrangement. The great shift has begun, and nothing can stop what God has set in motion. So keep your spirit open, your faith steady, and your heart generous, because generosity keeps the oil flowing. And where there is oil, the flame never dies. Your story is shifting from waiting to witnessing, from hidden to seen, from wandering to walking in promise. This is not the end of your preparation, it is the beginning of your manifestation. There is a moment, subtle but undeniable, when heaven begins to settle upon your life like soft dew on morning fields. You can feel it not in thunder or earthquake, but in peace that cannot be explained. Tonight is that kind of moment. The mantle descends. For a long time, you've carried questions. When will my time come? When will everything I've prayed for finally unfold? You've seen others step into their promise while you remained in preparation. Yet what you didn't know is that heaven never forgets the faithful. The delay was never denial, it was refinement. The mantle of authority and power comes only when the heart is steady. God will not place fire on unstable altars. He waited until your surrender was complete, until your faith could carry the weight of what you're about to receive. It is written in the book of 2 Kings, chapter 2, verse 13. Elisha picked up Elijah's cloak that had fallen from him and went back and stood on the bank of the Jordan. End of quote. That verse marks a transition, a moment where calling becomes commission. Elijah's mantle didn't fall by accident, it fell by intention. Heaven planned that exchange long before the moment arrived. The same is true for you. What's falling on your life now is not random, it's inheritance. The mantle isn't a robe or a title, it's responsibility wrapped in grace. It's the unseen covering that gives you strength when your own runs out. It's the whisper that tells you to stand when everything else says, sit down. And when it descends, it changes how heaven sees you and how darkness sees you too. When the mantle falls, old battles end. The voice that used to accuse you grows silent. The patterns that used to trap you lose their power. You begin to sense that you've stepped out of survival into assignment. You no longer chase affirmation because the mantle itself affirms you. A chosen one once said, "When the mantle touched my spirit, I didn't feel stronger, I felt smaller. But in that smallness, he felt unstoppable." That's the paradox of divine authority. It doesn't make you proud, it makes you pure. The true carriers of God's mantle walk softly, because they know who gave it. Think of it like a crown woven from invisible threads of light. It's weightless, yet profound. When it rests upon you, everything shifts. You begin to perceive differently, speak differently, even love differently. You stop seeing obstacles as barriers and start seeing them as classrooms. The mantle teaches you to interpret pain through purpose. Heaven gives mantles to those who have proven they can carry silence with reverence. You were tested in quiet places. You were refined in private, and now, as night deepens around you, heaven releases what you've been prepared for. You may not see it fall, but your spirit feels it, a warmth on your shoulders, a gravity of grace. This mantle isn't only for miracles, it's for endurance. It will help you forgive when it's hardest, believe when it's illogical, and love when it's painful. It's the same covering that made Joseph forgive his brothers, that gave Esther courage before a king, that turned fishermen into apostles. Do not underestimate what God is doing in this moment. Mantles fall quietly, but carry eternal weight. You might think you're still waiting, but in truth, heaven has already placed the garment across your shoulders. You are clothed for purpose now. When Elisha picked up Elijah's cloak, he faced the same river that once seemed impassable. But this time, he struck the water, and it parted. That's what the mantle does. It gives you power to cross what once confined you. The rivers that intimidated you will now obey your command. Maybe you feel unworthy. Maybe you wonder, why would God choose me? But God never chooses the qualified. He qualifies the chosen. The fact that you still believe after everything you've endured is proof that you are ready. Heaven doesn't look for perfection, it looks for persistence. The mantle descends not with noise, but with knowing. You suddenly realize, I'm not who I was. You can't explain it to everyone, but you can feel it in your bones. It's like the shift in air right before rain. The world looks the same, yet everything is charged with purpose. And soon, you'll notice signs confirming it. Words will carry more weight. Peace will follow your presence. You'll speak life into situations and watch them transform. The mantle makes you a conduit of heaven's reality. It is the bridge between divine intention and human experience. Remember, though, the mantle requires humility. Power without purity destroys. But power held by a surrendered heart changes nations. That's why heaven chose you, not because you are flawless, but because you're willing to be formed. So, as you read these words, take a breath. The air around you is different now. Something sacred rests upon your shoulders. The same God who covered prophets, dreamers, and kings has covered you. You are no longer in waiting, you are in wearing. To seal this moment in faith, I invite you to comment the number 555 below. It's a prophetic symbol, 5, representing grace. Repeated 3 times to declare fullness of divine favor. When you write it, you're not just typing numbers, you're making a declaration. I receive what heaven places upon me. Every number carries meaning in heaven's mathematics. 555 is the sound of completion meeting, calling, of preparation meeting purpose. It's not a code, it's a covenant, a simple act that echoes in eternity. If you feel the mantle resting upon you, take a quiet moment right now. Close your eyes. Picture it, a garment of light settling around you, glowing softly in unseen brilliance. It fits perfectly, because it was tailored for your soul. And as it rests, you'll realize something powerful. The weight you once carried alone has been replaced by divine assistance. You no longer walk by effort, but by empowerment. The same Spirit that raised Jesus now moves through your steps. This is what it means to be mantled, not that life becomes easier, but that your purpose becomes unstoppable. Obstacles no longer intimidate you because you know who walks with you. The world may still see you as ordinary, But heaven sees you clothed in destiny. Carry it with reverence. Walk with quiet confidence. And remember, the mantle doesn't make you greater than others. It makes you more useful to them. It's not given for display, but for service. The mantle descends tonight, and it will never lift again. Wherever you go, it will go. Wherever you speak, it will flow. You are no longer hidden. You are anointed, equipped, and established. Heaven's weight now rests on your shoulders. Step carefully, speak boldly, and shine continually. The mantle has found its rightful carrier. There are moments when heaven becomes a battlefield, not of chaos, but of command, where orders are issued in silence and the invisible begins to move. Tonight is such a night. As the mantle rests upon you, angels take position. The atmosphere shifts in ways you cannot measure. The air feels thicker, as if the unseen is drawing nearer. You might not hear wings or trumpets, but your spirit senses it, the stirring of light around you. Heaven has assigned reinforcements. It was never God's plan for you to fight alone. For every calling, there are corresponding angels. When you were chosen, heaven released a guard to walk beside you. Every time you cried in silence, they were there, carrying your tears like liquid prayers before the throne. Every time you felt danger but didn't understand why, it was their unseen hand deflecting what was meant to harm you. The writings of David in the book of Psalms, chapter 91, verse 11 remind us, "For he will command his angels concerning you, to guard you in all your ways." Oh, that single line is not poetic comfort, it is legal decree. God commands his angels. They are not passive observers. They are sent, dispatched, directed. Every obedient step you take activates a movement in the unseen. Picture it, a vast expanse above your life, where radiant beings stand at attention. They do not slumber, nor question orders. When heaven speaks your name, they move with purpose, carrying healing, protection, clarity, and strength. You have felt the effects of their presence before, even without realizing it. That sudden peace in crisis, that inexplicable escape from danger, that warmth when you thought you were utterly alone. Those were not coincidences. Those were interventions. Sometimes, people imagine angels only in the extraordinary, but they are also in the ordinary. The calm that enters a room after prayer, the way exhaustion lifts for no reason, the inner warning before a wrong turn. These are whispers of their work. There's a story told among those who listen closely to heaven. A man once walked home through a dark street, unaware of danger waiting ahead. He suddenly felt the urge to stop and look up at the night sky. In that pause, a car sped past the corner he would have turned. Later, he learned that corner was the site of an accident. He never saw wings, but he knew something divine had intervened. Angels often save us in ways subtle enough to preserve faith, yet clear enough to confirm protection. They move according to heaven's rhythm. And now that your mantle has descended, their formation tightens around you. You carry light, and light attracts both attention and opposition. But do not fear. For every shadow that notices your rise, tenfold light surrounds you. In the unseen, it looks like a kingdom preparing for movement. Angels line the edges of your destiny, guarding the routes ahead. They stand not only for protection, but for fulfillment. ensuring that what God promised reaches you intact. You do not walk through days, you walk through divine corridors, escorted by glory. When God commissions a life, He assigns a company of angels that match the magnitude of the mission. Some carry messages, others carry strength. Some fight unseen battles. There are angels of alignment who move people and circumstances into place, and angels of restoration who return what was stolen. You are not surrounded by symbols, you are surrounded by sentinels. This is why, at times, you may feel sudden peace amid confusion, or wake with the sense that someone prayed for you. That's not random compassion, it's heaven's order carried out by beings who never disobey. And though angels are mighty, they respond to faith. Fear silences their movement, but faith stirs them like wind fills sails. Every time you choose to trust God instead of worry, you release motion in the unseen. You may not see their faces, but heaven records your trust as command. You are not fragile, you are fortified. The realm around you hums with divine order. You walk through days guarded by light itself. You are never truly alone in any room, because presence surrounds presence. Sometimes, the greatest act of faith is simply resting in that truth, knowing that unseen hands carry what your strength cannot, knowing that protection doesn't always announce itself, it just works. So tonight, if you feel peace wrapping around you like a cloak, that's them standing guard. If the air feels different, gentler, yet powerful, it's because the command has been given. Guard this one. Do not think yourself unworthy of such attention. Heaven invests protection only in what it values. The angels are not watching you because you are fragile, but because you are strategic. God guards what He intends to use. The movement of angels does not make you exempt from life's battles, but it makes you unbreakable within them. You may still walk through storms, but you will not drown. You might face enemies, but you will not fall. For every arrow, there is a shield. For every trial, a presence. And when you sleep, remember heaven does not. The shift continues even in rest. The same beings who move while you pray keep watch when you dream. They do not tire. They do not lose focus. And they will not abandon their post until the purpose is fulfilled. This is what it means to be chosen. You are not just blessed, you are protected by decree. The armies of light stand at your borders. The night belongs to God, and the dawn is already secured. So breathe, rest. The battle is not yours tonight. It is being handled in realms you cannot see, by hands you cannot count, for a victory already written in your favor. There comes a time when the door you thought was sealed forever begins to move. At first, it's just a sound, a faint creak in the spirit, almost too quiet to notice. But you feel it. Something long dormant is stirring again. The door you thought was closed is not locked. It's simply waiting for divine timing to turn the handle. You've spent seasons standing before that door, praying, knocking, sometimes even crying. You wondered if maybe God had changed His mind about you. Yet, all along, the delay was not denial. Heaven had a schedule, and it was never late. It was precise. The voice of the Lord through the book of Revelation, chapter 3, verse 8 declares, "I have set before you an open door that no one can shut. I know that you have little strength, yet you have kept my word and have not denied my name. Those words are not metaphor, they are movement. The open door is not just opportunity, it is divine permission. When God opens a door, He doesn't need the keys of men. He speaks. And what was impossible shifts into possible. The same barriers that once resisted you suddenly yield, not because you forced them, but because heaven overruled them. This is the mystery of restoration. God often lets certain doors close to protect you from rooms that are not yet ready. Some blessings, if given too early, can become burdens. The waiting was never wasted. It was safety disguised as silence. Imagine an artist working behind a closed curtain. You see nothing. But behind that veil, every brushstroke is forming a masterpiece. When the curtain lifts, you realize it wasn't delay, it was creation. That's how God works. He doesn't show you progress until it's perfect. A chosen one once said, "I thought the door had locked me out, but it was God locking me in, keeping me from losing myself in a season that couldn't yet sustain me." Those words carry truth. The doors you once begged to open were closed not to hurt you, but to hold you until strength and maturity could meet opportunity. Now, however, the alignment has come. The hinges of destiny are shifting. What you sense tonight is the sound of mercy returning. You've completed your preparation, and heaven is signaling release. Picture a massive ancient gate, rusted, heavy, silent. For years, you believed it would never move again. But then, one morning, the wind changes direction. The same gate that refused to open now creaks, moves, and finally swings wide. The dust rises. The sunlight breaks through, and you realize that God never forgot the promise. He simply waited for the right hour to fulfill it. That is what is happening in your life now. The pressure you've felt lately isn't punishment, it's the last resistance before breakthrough. Every obstacle you faced was guarding something valuable on the other side. Now, the guard has been dismissed. The door is unsealed. The thing about divine openings is that they often come quietly. There won't always be trumpets or grand announcements. Sometimes, it's just a phone call, a message, a chance meeting. Yet when it happens, your spirit will know. It will feel like fresh air after a long confinement. But remember this, when God opens a door, it also tests character. How you walk through it matters as much as the fact that it opened. The same grace that opens must also guide. Move humbly. Move wisely. The door isn't an escape, it's an entrance into responsibility. Some people will notice your door open and think it's luck, but you'll know better. You'll remember the years of silence, the prayers whispered through tears, the nights when you almost stopped believing. That memory will keep your heart soft when promotion comes. Don't rush through the doorway. Pause and give thanks. Look back once to honor the waiting. Then step forward with peace. The wilderness taught you dependence. The open door will teach you stewardship. The first required endurance. The second will require discipline. Even now, if you listen closely, you'll sense it, the subtle echo of heaven's command. Unlock it. Not every miracle comes with lightning. Some come with quiet assurance. And if you fear the door might close again, remember who opened it. God's authority cannot be reversed by human hands. Once grace has granted access, no opposition can revoke it. This is not a door you have to force. You don't need to knock louder or plead harder. The one who holds the keys has already turned them. What you must do now is walk with confidence through what's been unlocked. Behind that door is not just blessing, it's becoming. Everything you learned in the hidden years will now serve you in the visible. Every scar becomes strategy. Every tear becomes testimony. You might feel a trembling in your spirit, a mix of fear and wonder. That's normal. Every threshold between before and after carries holy tension. Step anyway. The trembling means transformation. And when you cross through, don't forget what silence taught you. Keep humility as your companion, gratitude as your garment, and discernment as your guide. The door is not the destination, it's the beginning of a new assignment. There will be more to build, more to learn, more to give. But you'll walk differently now, with quiet assurance that what opens by grace will be sustained by grace. So, stand still for a moment. Breathe. Listen. The sound you hear in your soul, that faint hum of hope, is the handle turning. Heaven has opened what no one else could. The door is ready, and so are you. When heaven begins to move, one of the first things it confronts is delay. You felt it before, that invisible resistance that slows progress, that unseen hand holding back what was promised. But tonight, that grip loosens. The breaking of delay has begun. You may not see it yet, but something has cracked in the unseen. The things that felt locked in pause, the opportunities, the answers, the divine timing all begin to stir again. It's like hearing the first drops of rain after a long drought. The sky that once refused to break open suddenly releases everything it's been holding. The ancient voice speaks again in the book of Habakkuk, chapter 2, verse 3. For the revelation awaits an appointed time. It speaks of the end and will not prove false. Though it lingers, wait for it. It will certainly come and will not delay. Those words carry a heartbeat. They remind us that every divine promise has a schedule, and the delay is not denial, it's gestation. Heaven never rushes maturity. Yet, when the appointed hour arrives, what was slow suddenly becomes unstoppable. Imagine a river that's been frozen through a long winter. The ice looks permanent, unbreakable. Then, one morning, the first crack forms. It's small, almost invisible, but it spreads quickly. The pressure beneath the surface has been building for months. When the thaw begins, it doesn't ask permission, it simply flows. That's what's happening in your life right now. The ice is breaking. The flow has begun. Delay is the tool of transformation. It doesn't exist to torment you, but to prepare you. The waiting seasons shaped your strength, deepened your discernment, and humbled your heart. They were not wasted, they were holy rehearsals. A chosen one once said, "I thought God was late, but he was just teaching me rhythm." You are learning the rhythm of heaven. It doesn't beat to the pulse of impatience, it moves to the tempo of purpose. In every delay, there was a lesson hidden. The unanswered prayer taught persistence. The missed opportunity taught protection. The silence taught sensitivity. You are not behind schedule. You are being synchronized with divine time. Sometimes, when the breaking begins, life can feel chaotic. Things start shifting unexpectedly. People change. Doors move. Plans rearrange. Don't panic. That's what breaking sounds like. The noise you hear isn't destruction, it's release. Heaven is realigning everything that was held captive by delay. Picture a dam built to block a river. Over time, the pressure behind it becomes too much to contain. One stone shifts, then another, until the water bursts through with unstoppable force. The breaking of delay happens the same way, slowly at first, then suddenly. This is the season of suddenlies. The no that became not yet is now transforming into now. The people who forgot you will remember. The doors that refused you will swing wide. The dreams that gathered dust will rise again, fresh and full of breath. And when this happens, remember the lesson of timing. God delays to protect your destiny from premature exposure. He delays so that when blessing comes, you have the strength to carry it without breaking. Delay is mercy disguised as waiting. It gives you time to grow into what you've prayed for. It allows grace to harden the foundation before the weight of favor arrives. Many collapse under blessings they weren't prepared for, but not you. Your delay built durability. Even now, you can sense it, the shift beneath your feet. The pressure, releasing. The weight is ending. What once moved like hours now moves like lightning. Heaven is accelerating everything connected to you. You may notice small signs first, answers appearing faster, peace replacing frustration, doors responding where they were once silent. That's confirmation that the clock of heaven has struck now. If your spirit feels the release, pause here for a moment and let it settle. Breathe in deeply and whisper, "It's time," because it is. The unseen has already shifted. All that remains is for the visible to catch up. And when it does, when the long-awaited someday finally arrives as today, don't forget the process that birthed it. Honor the wait. Bless the patience. The breaking of delay isn't just a change of pace, it's a change of posture. You walk differently now, with quiet authority born from waiting well. This breakthrough isn't about proving others wrong. It's about proving that your hope was never wasted. You'll look back and realize that everything you thought was lost was simply waiting for this moment to align. Now, as heaven's rhythm catches your stride, I want you to anchor this truth in faith. Type these words below as a declaration of your release. It's moving. N. That simple phrase carries power. It's not just a comment, it's a confession. When you write it, you're telling your own soul, the wait is over, the flow has begun. N. And heaven listens. That act of faith is like tapping the final stone in the dam. It releases the flow entirely. You're not forcing God's hand. You're agreeing with what He's already set in motion. The breaking of delay means that your tomorrow has arrived early. Every prayer stored in heaven's archive has just been stamped approved. The long season of holding is giving way to harvest. So take a deep breath. Step forward and let gratitude replace striving. The breaking has happened. The flood has come, and it's carrying your promise straight into your hands. When the heavens command, the earth must answer. You have felt the tremors, the atmosphere shifting, the sense that something greater is calling you to stand. This is that moment. Heaven's command echoes softly but clearly. Arise. It isn't a shout. It's a summons. Not the kind that pressures, but the kind that awakens, like the first note of dawn coaxing flowers to open. God's voice calls your soul to unfold. You've waited, prayed, endured, and now heaven whispers, stand up. It's your time. There is a sacred authority in obedience. When heaven says, "Arise," it doesn't just mean to stand physically, it means to shift spiritually. It means to lift your eyes from what was to what is coming, to stop calling yourself what your past called you, and start answering to what heaven names you now. The word of the Lord declares in the book of Isaiah, chapter 60, verse 1, "Arise, shine, for your light has come, and the glory of the Lord rises upon you." That command is not suggestion, it's transformation. You rise not by strength, but by revelation. When light touches what was dark, you can no longer stay low. You were created to reflect glory, not to hide it. Think of the sunflower. Even on cloudy days, it turns toward where it knows the sun will be. That is what arise means, to orient your spirit toward hope, even when skies are gray. You've been through storms that bent you, but they never broke you. And now, like that flower at dawn, you lift your face to the light. This moment of arising is not about perfection, it's about permission. God gives you permission to shine again, to dream again, to believe again. He doesn't ask you to come flawless, He invites you to come faithful. Every scar, every crack, every tear has become the texture of your testimony. Heaven doesn't hide what you've survived, it highlights it. When you arise, something in the atmosphere responds. The same ground that once held you down now supports your step. Every no begins to echo yes under the weight of divine timing. This is not arrogance, it's alignment. Maybe you've been afraid to stand again because the last time you did, you were hurt. The last time you believed, it broke you. But the difference now is that you're standing not in your own strength, but in heaven's backing. You're not rising alone, you're being lifted. The sunrise doesn't apologize for shining, it simply fulfills its purpose. Likewise, when you step into obedience, you don't have to explain it. Just shine. The world will adjust to your light. You are not here by coincidence. Every time you've returned to listen to these words, it's because something in you recognizes truth. These moments are more than messages, they're bridges, carrying light across the noise of this world. And because light deserves to travel, I want to speak from the heart for a moment. These words, these moments of reflection, they exist because of hearts that believe in keeping hope alive. Each message here is like a lamp lit in a dark field. It glows quietly, waiting for those who are lost to notice it and find their way home. If these words have ever met you in your weariness or reminded you that your story still matters, then you already carry part of this light. You've received now, you can help it reach another soul. When you like, share, or subscribe. It isn't just a click, it's like passing a candle down a long hallway of souls, where one spark awakens another. And for those who feel led to go a little further, there's a sacred beauty in giving. Supporting this flow through your donation is never an obligation, it's an act of participation. Think of it as watering a garden you've drawn life from. You've tasted peace here. Your water helps another seed of hope grow somewhere unseen. No one is asked. No one is pressured. But those who choose to give become like hands steadying the lamp, ensuring its glow doesn't fade. It's a quiet partnership between you and heaven, one of trust, gratitude, and shared purpose. And even if all you can offer today is your listening heart, that's enough. Light isn't measured in money, it's measured in movement. Every heart that believes adds brightness to the collective flame. You see, when heaven says, Arise. It also says, align. This is how heaven's light multiplies, through willing souls who choose to keep it shining. You are part of that multiplication now. So, if this message has stirred something in you, if you feel that quiet, yes, whispering in your chest, take a moment after this and let gratitude speak in action. Like what lifted you. Share what healed you. Subscribe to stay close to where light flows. And if your heart nudges you to donate, let it be, not payment, but partnership, a personal echo of, I believe in this light. End quote. Every offering, whether time, prayer, or provision, is a seed of continuity. It tells heaven, I want to keep hope alive, and heaven always multiplies that. Now, come back to the heart of this moment. You are standing again, not because you were forced, but because your spirit remembered how. The same God who spoke to the dawn now speaks to you. Rise gently. Rise boldly. The light that was once far away is now within you. You've crossed through waiting, weathered the wilderness, watched the breaking of delay, and now, this is your dawn. When you arise, darkness doesn't disappear, it retreats. Shadows don't vanish, they bow. That's the power of obedience to light. And as you walk into this new day, let this truth settle deep. You don't shine to prove worth. You shine because you already are worthy. The command was never meant to burden you. It was meant to free you. Heaven's word still echoes. Arise. Shine. For your light has come. When light finds its voice, the atmosphere listens. You may not realize it yet, but since the moment you chose to rise, heaven has been amplifying your presence. The spiritual realm recognizes authority not by appearance, but by sound. Your voice carries thunder. It doesn't have to be loud to be powerful. True thunder doesn't shout for attention. It rolls naturally from power. You've learned that silence and stillness are not weakness. They are energy stored for the right moment. And now, that moment has come. There was a time when you were hesitant to speak, afraid your words might fall to the ground unheard. But God has been shaping your tone, refining your confidence, tuning your speech to align with heaven's frequency. The wilderness trained your tongue. The waiting tempered your spirit. Now, when you speak with the weight of purpose. The ancient scripture says in the book of Job, chapter 37, verse 5, God's voice thunders in marvelous ways. He does great things beyond our understanding. Those words describe what's now awakening in you. You are learning to echo the thunder of heaven, to carry sound that breaks stagnation, to release words that ripple through unseen realms. This is not ordinary communication, it's creation through confession. Every time you declare truth, heaven resonates. When you speak encouragement, peace travels faster than sound. When you proclaim faith, it shakes the atmosphere around you. Your voice was not made for echoing fear, it was made for commanding light. Think of thunder. It follows lightning, never the other way around. The flash appears first, the sign, and then comes the sound. Likewise, your obedience is the lightning, and your words are the thunder that follows. Every time you act in faith, heaven amplifies your sound. There are people who have been waiting for your voice without even knowing it. They are wandering through confusion, looking for clarity, and your words will become their compass. That's why God refined you in silence, so that when you finally spoke, your sound would carry healing, not haste. The voice that carries thunder is not born from confidence, it's born from conviction. It comes from knowing that you've walked through storms and survived. It comes from the courage to speak, even while shaking. You are not just another sound in the crowd. You are the echo of something eternal. When you speak life, the earth listens. Creation was designed to respond to divine sound. Mountains moved at command. Seas parted at instruction. Dead hearts revived at a word. The same power that formed galaxies now flows through the breath of those aligned with heaven's will. That is why you must guard your words carefully. Words create worlds. They plant seeds in the unseen. Every phrase you release carries life or limitation. Speak with intention. Speak with grace. When frustration rises, let wisdom lead your tongue. When fear whispers, let faith answer first. A chosen one once described their awakening this way: I realized that when I spoke with doubt, I chained my destiny. But when I spoke with belief, even the atmosphere around me changed. That's the transformation happening within you now. You are learning to speak as one who builds, not breaks. There is a reason your words carry unusual weight. You've been entrusted with divine resonance. That means what you declare in prayer travels farther than your voice can reach. When you whisper forgiveness, heaven records it as victory. When you bless someone who wronged you, the sound waves strike darkness with light. Sometimes, your thunder won't be heard by others. It will be felt. People will enter your presence and experience calm they can't explain. That's because your spirit is speaking louder than your mouth. You don't have to convince anyone of your anointing. You just have to walk in it. The power of thunder isn't constant noise, it's timing. It comes after lightning because it confirms what light has already done. Likewise, your words will confirm what God is doing. You will find yourself saying things that seem simple but carry deep impact, phrases that linger in minds, truths that echo in hearts long after you've spoken them. Let your voice be both sword and balm. Speak with authority, but also with compassion. Command mountains to move, but also remind the weary they are seen. That balanced truth and tenderness is what makes heaven trust you with greater reach. Even now, heaven is expanding the influence of your words. They will travel farther, touch more, and transform deeper. This isn't fame, it's function. The thunder is never about the storm itself. It's about awakening what has fallen asleep. So when you open your mouth, remember, you're not just speaking, you're shifting. The sound of your faith disrupts complacency, dismantles fear, and invites heaven closer to earth. Every declaration becomes a doorway, every prayer a key. And when you don't know what to say, rest assured that heaven still listens to the thunder of your heart. Even silence, when surrendered, makes a sound before God. He hears the ache, the gratitude, the hope. All of it becomes a language. Angels understand. Your voice carries thunder because it's charged with obedience. It's no longer just you speaking, it's heaven echoing through you. So speak with courage, speak with grace, speak as one who knows that the maker of thunder walks beside them. And the world, even if it doesn't understand, will listen because it's not just hearing your words, it's hearing the sound of heaven moving through you. There are moments when heaven doesn't just speak, it breathes. You can feel it moving through the air, like wind sweeping across dry ground. This is that kind of moment. The prophetic wind blows, and it carries both revelation and renewal. You may not see the wind, but you feel its touch, the subtle stirring in your chest, the way your thoughts begin to quiet, and peace rises where confusion once ruled. That's how you know the prophetic wind is near. It doesn't shout, it shifts. It doesn't force, it fills. Jesus once said that the Spirit moves like the wind. You cannot tell where it comes from or where it goes, but you can feel its power. The Word of God reminds us in the Gospel of John, chapter 3, verse 8. The wind blows wherever it pleases. You hear its sound, but you cannot tell where it comes from or where it is going. So it is with everyone born of the Spirit. Uplift. This wind doesn't come to destroy. It comes to awaken. It moves through memories, through fears, through the dust of disappointment, and breathes life into what you thought was gone. It's the same breath that hovered over the chaos before creation, turning emptiness into existence. When the prophetic wind blows, everything hidden begins to reveal its purpose. Old dreams rise again, like leaves caught in motion. Forgotten prayers start to whisper from the corners of your soul. You might think you're remembering by chance, but heaven is revisiting promises. A chosen one once told their story like this: I woke in the middle of the night with tears on my face. Not from sadness, but from recognition. God reminded me of something I stopped believing for years ago. I thought I had moved on, but He hadn't. That's what the wind does. It finds the embers of forgotten faith and fans them until they glow again. This wind is not chaotic. It is strategic. It knows where to move, what to stir, what to leave untouched. You cannot control it. Only yield to it. Those who resist it lose balance. Those who surrender to it find direction. You might feel emotions surfacing: grief, longing, awe, all at once. Don't fight it. The wind doesn't expose to shame. It exposes to heal. It lifts the heavy dust that's been suffocating your fire. You have carried too much, held too long. The Spirit comes to unburden you. Think of a field after a long drought. The soil cracks. The air turns still. Everything seems lifeless. Then one day, a wind begins to move. It carries the scent of rain long before the first drop falls. That's where you are right now, in that sacred moment between drought and downpour. The prophetic wind is announcing change before you see it. Sometimes, it will come through a song that stirs your spirit, or a verse that suddenly feels alive. Sometimes through a stranger's kindness, or an unexpected thought that makes your heart race. That's the movement of heaven, gently shifting your focus from despair to destiny. The prophetic wind doesn't always bring answers. Sometimes it brings awareness. It reminds you that God has never stopped speaking. You've just been standing downwind. And now, He's changing your direction so you can catch the full current of His voice. In these moments, the best thing you can do is breathe. Let the wind fill your lungs. Don't rush to analyze it, receive it. Every inhale becomes agreement. Every exhale releases what no longer serves you. There's a sacred rhythm in this exchange. Heaven breathes in revelation, and you breathe out. Surrender. It's a dance between Creator and creation, one that requires trust, not control. As the wind continues to move, you'll begin to notice subtle confirmations around you. Conversations align. Timing shifts. Your discernment sharpens. You'll start recognizing patterns you once dismissed. That's how you know you're standing in the current of prophecy. The future is not coming, it's arriving. This wind carries messages. Some are for you. Others are for those connected to you. It may stir compassion for someone you haven't thought about in years, or an idea that's been sitting quietly in your heart. Follow those impressions. They are heaven's invitations. And when you doubt whether what you're sensing is real, remember, the wind never moves without cause. Every movement, every whisper, every chill down your spine, it all serves purpose. The prophetic wind is also protective. Just as it carries seed, it also clears debris. You might see things or people shift out of your life. Suddenly, don't mourn every departure. The wind removes what cannot go where you're headed. It's clearing your path, not emptying your world. And once it finishes its work, you'll notice something remarkable. The air feels lighter, your thoughts clearer, your spirit freer. The clutter that once clouded your vision is gone. This is what divine clarity feels like. You are stepping into a new season where hearing becomes natural. You'll begin to sense when God speaks without striving for it. The wind is tuning your heart like an instrument, preparing you to recognize His melody in everyday moments. So, as the wind moves through your life tonight, let your spirit respond. Don't resist. Lift your hands. Lift your heart. Lift your hope. Let every part of you say, I am ready for what comes next. No, now. To seal this sacred moment, I invite you to comment the number 777 below. Why 777? Because in heaven's language, 7 is the number of completion and divine perfection. 3 sevens together represent the fullness of the Spirit, the breath of God in complete harmony with your destiny. When you write 777, you're not just typing digits, you're aligning with wind and word. You're saying, let what began in heaven be completed in me. Think of it like raising a sail in the direction of divine wind. The number becomes your agreement, your surrender, your silent amen carried into the unseen. It's not superstition, it's symbolism. Just as the wind moves unseen but undeniable, your act of faith sends a signal through the spiritual current. The moment you comment 777, heaven registers it as your willingness to move, to trust, to be carried. The prophetic wind is blowing, it will not pass you by. Lift your heart, lift your faith, and let the breath of God do what only it can. Every rising light draws attention not only from heaven, but from the shadows that wish to extinguish it. The moment you began to move in purpose, something ancient noticed. The confrontation with darkness always comes when destiny becomes visible. Do not misunderstand this battle. It isn't a horror story or a superstition. It's spiritual law. When light increases, darkness reacts. The same way the sun pulls shadows into sharper focus, your awakening has revealed the contrast between truth and deception. But this confrontation is not to frighten you, it's to confirm you. The enemy doesn't fight the unthreatening. He resists those carrying change. The intensity of opposition is not proof of failure, it's proof of value. In the book of Ephesians, chapter 6, verse 12, it is written, "For our struggle is not against flesh and blood, but against the rulers, against the authorities, against the powers of this dark world, and against the spiritual forces of evil in the heavenly realms." No, Those words describe a reality that many sense but few understand. You are not battling people. You are contending with patterns, energies, systems designed to distract and drain. The battle is not out there, it's over what moves within you. Faith, peace, purpose, persistence. Darkness does not always appear with horns or fear. It often shows up as discouragement, temptation, confusion, or weariness. It whispers things that sound reasonable but lead to retreat. It tells you to give up, to settle, to stay quiet. It thrives where light is doubted. Yet, here's the secret. Darkness cannot destroy light. It can only delay it. When you remember who walks with you, the enemy loses leverage. Every accusation becomes empty. Every threat loses its echo. You have already noticed it, haven't you? The moments of sudden heaviness right after revelation, the inexplicable fatigue after prayer, the random doubt that arrives when you finally feel peace. That's not coincidence. It's resistance. But resistance is only a sign that something sacred has begun. A chosen one once said, "The more the storm roared, the more I realized it wasn't after me, it was after what I carried." That's true for you too. The storm is not personal, it's strategic. The darkness fears what will happen when you step fully into your light. And yet, you are not defenseless. The same God who sends light also surrounds it. You are shielded. Even when you don't see the barrier, the angels that took position around you are not idle, they are active. Every time you speak faith instead of fear, they move. Every time you choose peace over panic, they strike. Think of light and shadow. A candle doesn't chase darkness, it simply shines, and the dark retreats on its own. You were never meant to chase shadows. You were meant to burn. When the flame within you grows, darkness loses territory automatically. Still, the battle within can feel exhausting. You might wonder, why does peace take effort? Why do I feel warfare around me when I'm only trying to do right? It's because your life has become territory worth fighting over. The more your voice aligns with heaven, the more the unseen trembles. But remember, darkness is not infinite. It has limits. It cannot cross boundaries set by obedience. That's why purity of heart and consistency of prayer are not religious duties. They are protection protocols. Every decision to stay kind, every refusal to retaliate, every quiet act of faith fortifies your walls. You are learning to fight differently now, not by argument, but by awareness, not by fear, but by focus. The greatest victories are won not in noise, but in knowing who you are. There's a scene repeated throughout Scripture. Every time darkness rises, God responds with separation, light from dark, day from night, good from evil. It's a pattern of authority. The same separation is happening inside you. Old habits fall away. Wrong voices lose volume. Counterfeit comfort loses its pull. This is purification through confrontation. Do not despise this season. It may feel heavy, but heaviness is a sign that something is being lifted. Each confrontation exposes a lie. Each battle breaks an attachment. You are being made sharper, clearer, freer. Sometimes you'll notice that people around you begin to distance themselves, or that familiar places suddenly feel uncomfortable. That's not rejection. That's divine separation. When God elevates your frequency, Some connections can't stay tuned. Don't chase what can't breathe your new air. In this confrontation, your weapon is not anger, it's awareness. Your defense is not revenge, it's righteousness. And your greatest strength is not might, it's light. When you walk into a dark room and flip the switch, you never see darkness arguing to stay. It just leaves. The same principle applies to you. Speak light. Act light. Think light. The more consistent your glow, the less effort you'll need to resist. You may not realize it, but every prayer whispered through exhaustion, every act of kindness done despite weariness, every word of hope shared when you felt empty, all of it has been warfare. You've been winning while you thought you were surviving, and when the dust settles, you'll see it clearly. The confrontation was never meant to destroy you, it was meant to define you. It showed you the strength you never knew you carried. From now on, when the shadows approach, you won't tremble, you'll recognize them. You'll remember the authority already in your voice and the flame that cannot be extinguished. Darkness does not bow to volume, it bows to light. And you, chosen one, have become that light. Stand firm. Speak truth. The battle has already been decided. You are simply walking out the victory that was written long ago. There is a strange silence that follows every victory, a quiet so deep it almost feels like something has ended. But it hasn't. What you are feeling is not absence, it is awe. When light overcomes darkness, the world doesn't always erupt in applause. Sometimes it simply exhales. That's where you are now, standing in the still air after the storm. Your light terrifies shadows. You may not see it, but every step you take now sends ripples through the unseen. The darkness that once pursued you no longer dares to draw close. It remembers the fire you carry. It remembers the sound of your prayers. You are not haunted by the past anymore. The past is haunted by you. The words of Jesus remind us in the Gospel of Matthew, chapter 5, verse 14, "You are the light of the world. A city set on a hill cannot be hidden." No, those words are not poetic encouragement, they are declaration. You have become illumination incarnate. The light in you isn't for decoration, it's for direction. It doesn't exist to impress, it exists to reveal. Everywhere you go, you disturb what hides. Shadows flee from presence like dust fleeing wind. You may wonder why certain environments suddenly feel uncomfortable, why conversations shift when you enter, or why unrest rises around your peace. It's not because something is wrong with you, it's because your presence exposes what was content to stay unseen. Light has always made darkness nervous. When it enters, it changes the terms of every space it touches. It reveals motives, exposes and awakens truth. That is why your journey through hardship was necessary. Only those who have walked through night can carry dawn. A chosen one once described it perfectly. "I didn't know how bright I was until I stepped back into rooms I had once feared." That's what happens when transformation becomes visible. You see how much you've changed by the way old things react to your new light. The world around you is still adjusting to who you've become. You don't fit into familiar patterns because you're not the same person who left them. You were refined. Fire didn't just test you, it turned you into illumination. Light isn't something you put on, it's something you release. You no longer need to prove yourself, you just need to be yourself. Every act of kindness, every word of peace, every silent prayer becomes another ray breaking the horizon. Sometimes your light will comfort, other times it will convict. Do not shrink when people pull away. Even the purest dawn makes some cover their eyes. Not everyone is ready for brightness. Your task is not to dim, but to remain. Think of the sun at sunrise. It doesn't argue with the night, it simply rises. And darkness loses its hold. That's the quiet power of true light. It doesn't compete, it conquers by existing, and you, chosen to bear that light, are learning that shining doesn't always feel glorious. Sometimes it's lonely. Sometimes it costs peace, friendships, or understanding. But the cost is never wasted. Every lonely moment becomes fuel for clarity. Every tear reflects more light. There's a mystery in this kind of illumination. It reveals and heals at the same time. As your light grows, old wounds surface. Not to harm you, but to close properly. You'll begin to notice memories visiting you, not to torment, but to testify. Healing is happening where darkness once made its home. This transformation isn't fragile. It's anchored in revelation. You no longer depend on external affirmation to shine. You've realized that light doesn't need permission. It simply needs space. That's why God had to clear certain people and distractions from your path. They weren't evil, they were dense. Their presence would have dimmed what God was igniting. Some good things can still block light if they stand too close to the flame. Now the horizon around you is widening. Opportunities, relationships, and visions begin to respond differently. Light attracts what aligns with it and repels what doesn't. You don't need to chase anymore. What belongs will recognize you by radiance. Your light also serves as refuge. Those still wandering in darkness will find comfort in your glow. You may not even notice how many are watching quietly, drawing strength from your endurance. That's how heaven multiplies influence through presence, not performance. Every new level of brightness requires fresh humility. Light without love becomes glare. Remember this: the brighter you shine, the softer your heart must remain. Grace is the filter that keeps illumination from becoming pride. Sometimes, God will send you into shadowed spaces, not to battle, but to bless. Your presence alone becomes prophecy. The light in you speaks a language that words cannot, reminding the broken that hope still burns. And when night returns, as it will, you won't fear it. You'll walk into it differently. You'll see darkness not as danger, but as canvas. For light has no purpose in daylight. It was made for night. You are no longer running from what once frightened you. You've become the very thing that darkness dreads. The enemy cannot silence a light that knows its source. So, keep shining, not forcefully, but faithfully. The power that sustains stars is the same spirit within you. You are illumination walking, grace glowing, testimony breathing. Your light terrifies shadows, not because of its brilliance, but because it never goes out. Midnight has always been misunderstood. People think it marks the end of something, but in truth, it marks the beginning. Midnight is both night and morning, both ending and birth. That's why heaven chose it as the hour of transition. You are the chosen for the midnight hour. It's in the middle of the dark that destiny often unfolds. Not when everything is clear. Not when the sun is shining, but when you can't see what comes next. Because midnight is faith's classroom. It's where God teaches you to hear without sight, to move without proof, to trust without understanding. The Book of Acts, chapter 16, verse 25 reminds us about midnight, Paul and Silas. were praying and singing hymns to God, and the other prisoners were listening to them. Those men weren't worshipping because they were free, they worshipped because they trusted the one who would make them free. Their song at midnight wasn't performance, it was prophecy. And yours is too. You have been through many midnights, seasons of silence, confusion, and loneliness. But look at you now. You survived every one of them. You kept your faith when others let go. You continued to believe when logic gave up. That's why heaven marks you tonight. You are not merely enduring the night, you are shining within it. In the spiritual realm, midnight is sacred. It's the hour when heaven changes the guard, when angels switch positions, when unseen promises move from pending to fulfilled. It's the moment when your prayers, even whispered through tears, are recorded in heaven's archive as declarations of victory. So don't fear the darkness around you. It's the stage where your light proves itself real. Every tear you've cried after midnight has watered a promise you haven't seen yet. And soon, you'll see those seeds break through the soil of your waiting. You may not have realized it, but even now, you are inspiring others who are watching from their own midnights. Your resilience gives them language for hope. Your endurance becomes their evidence that God still shows up when it's darkest. Think of yourself as a lantern in a long tunnel. You don't eliminate the darkness, you simply make it bearable until the dawn. Sometimes, your light won't be loud. It might flicker, it might tremble, but it never dies. That's why these messages exist, to remind lights like you that they are not alone in the tunnel. Each word here is like a flame passed from one soul to another. Together, we create a constellation across the night sky. And if this message has met you in your midnight, if it has steadied your heart or lit a spark where you thought the fire was gone, I want to invite you, gently, to be part of keeping this flame alive. When you like, share, or subscribe, you're not just reacting to a message, you're adding another lantern to the line. Each act of engagement becomes a point of light guiding someone else who's still searching in the dark. You may never meet them, but your light will reach them, and for those who feel it in their hearts, those who've been touched deeply by these words, consider what it means to donate, not out of pressure, not as payment, but as participation. Think of it as pouring oil into a shared lamp. Every drop you add helps the light burn longer for someone else who needs it. You're not giving to a person, you're giving to a purpose, to keep hope traveling across time and distance. One message at a time. Donations are not requirements, they're reflections. They say, "This light mattered to me. I wanted to reach someone else." Even a small contribution becomes a ripple of brightness in another soul's night. And if now isn't your time to give, that's okay. Your presence here, your listening, your willingness to believe again, that too is contribution. Every prayer, every word of gratitude, every comment adds strength to this circle of light. We're building together. You see, the midnight hour isn't meant to isolate you. It's meant to connect you. When Paul and Silas sang, their sound wasn't private, it was contagious. The prisoners around them listened, and when the chains broke, everyone was set free. That's how your obedience works too. It liberates more than just you. So if you've been touched by this word, I invite you to leave a simple comment below, your reflection, your testimony, or even one line that says, "Still shining." Every word shared there becomes another note in heaven's midnight song. And if you decide to give, Do it as worship, not obligation. Picture your gift as a single candle placed on the altar of hope. You might never see how far its glow travels, but heaven does. Heaven multiplies light. Tonight, the clock of heaven strikes 12. Something shifts. What was bound begins to loosen. What was forgotten starts to stir. And the same spirit that filled the prison with praise now fills your room with peace. Midnight no longer marks the end for you. It marks your beginning. The chains that held your progress have reached their limit. The locks are turning. The doors are moving. The song you've been singing in faith is about to become the soundtrack of your freedom. And when dawn breaks, you'll carry the glow of the midnight hour within you. You won't fear the dark anymore, because you've learned that light doesn't wait for morning, it creates it. So let your heart rest tonight knowing this. Every midnight holds a miracle, and yours has already begun. Like, share, and subscribe if this message has touched you. And if your heart feels moved to donate, let it be your quiet amen in the dark, a reminder that we are all lanterns of the same fire, keeping hope alive together. The night is no longer your enemy. It has become your witness. There comes a point when the light within you grows too large to stay contained. It begins to overflow, not in noise or grand gestures, but in presence. People start to sense something when you enter a room. The air changes. Peace settles. That's not coincidence. It's transformation manifesting. You have become atmosphere. This is not pride. It's fulfillment. You've prayed to carry the presence of God. And now you do. You don't need to announce it or prove it. It simply radiates, like fragrance released from crushed petals. Your life now carries evidence of every season that shaped you. In the book of 2 Corinthians, chapter 2, verse 15, the apostle writes, "For we are to God the pleasing aroma of Christ among those who are being saved and those who are perishing." Those words are not symbolic, they are spiritual science. Just as scent lingers after the source is gone, the presence you carry continues to work even after you leave. You have become a walking reminder of heaven's reality. Your endurance has turned into evidence. This is why the atmosphere around you often responds before words are spoken. The peace that follows you isn't situational, it's supernatural. People may not understand it, but they feel it. Some will draw near because your spirit feels like home. Others may pull away because your light exposes what they'd rather keep hidden. Both reactions reveal the same truth. You are no longer ordinary air. Once, you would enter places and absorb the emotions of others: confusion, sadness, tension. But now, you shift them. You've transitioned from sponge to source. The environment no longer dictates your peace dictates the environment. You might not even realize the quiet miracles happening around you. The moment you sit beside someone and they sigh in relief, that's atmosphere. When conversations calm because you've entered, when arguments fade, when laughter returns, those are signs. You have become the vessel through which heaven balances rooms. A chosen one once described it like this: "I realized I didn't need to preach to change a place. I just needed to show up carrying peace." That's the posture of maturity. True power rarely shouts, it settles. Every room has an energy. Every heart has a climate. And those climates respond to presence. That's why God spends years shaping atmosphere carriers, people who can walk into tension and release calm without saying a word. You've been trained for that through silence, heartbreak, and waiting. Each wound refined your sensitivity. Each prayer tuned your frequency. Now, when you walk into chaos, you don't mirror it, you mend it. The storms you've survived taught you the language of stillness. The peace you prayed for has become transferable. That's what happens when heaven takes residence inside a willing soul. It starts to spill outward. Don't underestimate that quiet influence. The most powerful winds are invisible. You don't see them, you feel their effects. Likewise, the Spirit works through you not to impress, but to impact. You are an instrument of alignment. Wherever God places you, workplaces, families, friendships, things begin to breathe differently. And sometimes, you won't even notice your own influence until someone tells you, "It felt lighter when you were there." Those moments are heaven's way of whispering, "See, you're carrying me well." To carry atmosphere means to live aware. You start sensing when a space feels heavy, not to absorb it, but to speak peace into it, silently. You begin to notice when someone's spirit feels tangled, not to fix them, but to cover them with calm. Your presence becomes prayer without words. This isn't about perfection, it's about permission. The Holy Spirit doesn't demand flawless vessels, just surrendered ones. When you stop trying to perform, presence flows freely. The less you force, the more God fills. There's beauty in knowing that you don't need to have all the answers to make a difference. Sometimes, your very being is the message. The kindness in your tone, the steadiness of your eyes, the patience in your listening, these are sermons wrapped in silence. Remember how Jesus calmed the storm. He didn't debate with the waves. He spoke one word, peace. You carry that same authority, not because of your own strength, but because His Spirit lives within you. When you say peace, creation recognizes the voice behind the voice. Being atmosphere means living in constant communion. You become sensitive to spiritual currents. You notice divine nudge, timing, and whispers. It's not strange, it's synchronization. Heaven trusts you enough to make you part of its rhythm. But there's also weight in this calling. You must guard what you carry. The world will try to pollute your peace with distraction, gossip, or exhaustion. Protect your atmosphere like sacred air. Rest when you need to. Pray even when you don't feel spiritual. Worship when worry tries to return. These are the ways you keep your air clean. You're learning that holiness isn't distance, it's density. The more filled you are with presence, the more tangible heaven becomes through you. That's why some seasons felt like crushing. God was compressing glory inside you. And now, when you breathe, heaven exhales through your lungs. Every place you go from here will feel different because you are different. You don't enter rooms anymore, you shift them. The old insecurities can no longer anchor you. The past no longer speaks louder than purpose. You have become what the world desperately needs. Atmosphere in motion, grace in human form, calm made visible. So, walk gently, speak softly, carry presence boldly. The same Spirit that hovered over creation now hovers through you. And everywhere you go, the air will remember that heaven passed by. The transformation is complete, yet still unfolding. Each day reveals another layer of what heaven has woven within you. The more you move, the more the air remembers your peace. You no longer have to announce that you've changed. Creation already testifies. And wherever you go next, walk, knowing this. You are not seeking atmosphere, you are atmosphere. The same presence that steadied storms now travels within you. Every breath carries calm. Every step plants peace. Heaven moves when you move. There comes a time when growth stops feeling like expansion and starts feeling like excavation. You don't reach higher by climbing. You rise by clearing what's buried inside. This is that time. God isn't adding more to you right now. He's revealing what was always within you. This is the season of inner revelation. For so long, your prayers reached outward for answers, for direction, for breakthrough. But lately, heaven has been turning them inward. You've begun to sense that what you've been searching for out there was quietly planted in your spirit long ago. The voice of God doesn't always thunder. Sometimes it whispers through the architecture of your own heart. The book of Proverbs, chapter 20, verse 5 reveals this truth. The purposes of a person's heart are deep waters, but one who has insight draws them out. And that's what's happening now. God is drawing out what He placed deep within you, the ideas, the compassion, the resilience, the wisdom that pain has been protecting. He is calling you to dive below distraction and rediscover your depth. This isn't a comfortable process. Excavation never is. You'll feel moments where memories resurface, where emotions you thought you'd conquered come back to light. But they're not here to haunt you. They're here to heal you. Grace never digs to destroy it, digs to deliver. A chosen one once said, "God broke the ground of my heart, and I thought I was falling apart. Later I realized He was planting me." That's the paradox of revelation. Breaking feels like loss until you realize it was preparation. You might notice that your surroundings feel quieter lately, not because the world has changed, but because heaven is tuning your focus inward. You're being invited to notice what truly fuels you and what quietly drains you. It's a divine inventory, a spiritual realignment. God removes noise so you can hear nuance again. This inner revelation also exposes motives. It asks uncomfortable questions. Why do you want what you want? Who told you that you were behind? Whose voice have you been following more closely than God's? Don't run from these questions. They are sacred. The answers will unlock peace. As this process unfolds, you'll begin to see patterns with new eyes. You'll recognize where self-protection became isolation, where striving replaced surrender, where people-pleasing replaced purpose. It's not condemnation, it's clarity. Heaven doesn't show you your weakness to shame you. It shows it to strengthen what's real. You may even find yourself crying without knowing why. Let those tears come. They're not signs of regression, they're signs of release. Every unspoken prayer, every buried fear, every unprocessed grief finds its exit through tears. They are holy water, washing the inner soil clean again. This is also the season where you rediscover your true voice, not the one shaped by fear or expectation, but the one that speaks truth, even when trembling. You'll start to recognize that authenticity is not rebellion, it's reverence. God gets glory when you live in honesty, not performance. There's beauty in this kind of vulnerability. It strips you of titles and leaves only essence. You realize that who you are has always mattered more than what you do. You stop defining yourself by productivity and start resting in presence. That's where divine confidence begins, in knowing that your worth was never up for negotiation. This inward revelation is not meant to make you self-centered, it's meant to make you self-aware. Awareness is the birthplace of alignment. The more clearly you see yourself, the more accurately you can walk in what God designed for you. You may discover dreams you buried out of fear of failure. God will start bringing them back to your mind, ideas you dismissed, callings you postponed, passions you silenced. Don't be surprised when creativity reawakens. Revelation resurrects what fear buried. And as you reconnect with your core, you'll notice peace returning like oxygen. The anxiety that once dictated your pace begins to lose control. You realize you don't have to chase what's meant for you. It already recognizes your frequency. When your spirit is in harmony, everything assigned to you can finally find you. This is the sacred work few ever do, meeting yourself at the depth where God lives. It's where transformation ceases to be external and becomes internal architecture, beliefs rearranged, fears evicted, foundations strengthened. Think of it like renovating an old temple. The outer walls still stand, but inside, light is breaking through the cracks for the first time in years. Dust is lifting, gold is shining, and suddenly, you see what God always saw, beauty beneath the debris. Inner revelation also restores compassion. When you understand your own fragility, you stop judging the fragility of others. You become slower to criticize, quicker to comfort. You begin to recognize that everyone is carrying a story, and most are just trying to survive their own excavation. There's freedom here, the kind that doesn't shout but settles. It's the freedom of no longer needing to pretend, the freedom of walking into rooms without performing, of praying without pretense, of loving without fear of losing yourself. Soon, you'll emerge from this season lighter, clearer, stronger. You won't have new armor, you'll have new awareness. You'll stop guarding what no longer needs guarding and start growing what's been waiting to bloom. And when people ask, what changed? You'll smile gently and say, I met myself again, and I found God waiting there. That's what inner revelation truly is. The moment you realize the kingdom was never distant, it was always within. When heaven moves, it does not always come with fire or thunder. Sometimes, it comes with a whisper so gentle that only those listening with their spirit can hear. Tonight, that whisper carries one clear message. You are entering divine acceleration. You've waited long enough. The years that felt wasted, the seasons that felt delayed, the prayers that seemed unanswered, all of it was groundwork. Heaven has been aligning people, timing, and opportunities, quietly building what you could not see. And now, suddenly, what took years will unfold in moments. Acceleration is not chaos. It's divine speed with purpose. It is when the Spirit of God breathes on something dormant, and it begins to move faster than human logic can track. You've been walking, but now the wind behind you begins to run. The book of Amos, chapter 9, verse 13 declares, "The days are coming, says the Lord, when the reaper will be overtaken by the plowman and the planter by the one treading grapes." 1. That verse is not a poetic metaphor, it is prophecy. It means the normal order of waiting between sowing and reaping collapses. What used to take years will take days. What once required multiple confirmations will manifest with a single yes. This is what divine acceleration looks like. You might already feel the signs, ideas that come faster than usual, sudden clarity, unexpected opportunities, doors that open with ease. That's the mark of heaven's hand pushing you forward. The same way Elijah outran the chariot after the rain came, the Spirit now empowers you to move beyond limitation. A chosen one once described it perfectly: when God accelerated me, it didn't feel like running, it felt like being carried. That's the key. You're not striving, you're being propelled. What seemed impossible when you pushed in your own strength now flows effortlessly because grace is doing the driving. But with acceleration comes responsibility. You must travel light. You can't run fast while holding what was meant for a slower season. This is why God asked you to release certain habits, distractions, or relationships. It wasn't punishment, it was preparation. Excess weight slows purpose. Heaven removes what hinders. Think of a seed. It lies buried for a long time, unseen, forgotten. Then, suddenly, it breaks through the soil overnight. To outsiders, it looks sudden, but beneath the surface, the process has been happening for months. The same applies to you. What's about to appear sudden to others is actually the result of years of silent obedience. Acceleration is God's way of redeeming lost time. Every detour, every delay, every disappointment becomes part of the momentum. Heaven wastes nothing. Even your mistakes will become material for miracles. But acceleration does not mean rushing. It means alignment. When your pace matches heaven's rhythm, doors open naturally. You won't need to force or manipulate. Favor will find you. The right people will appear at the right time because they were assigned to your new speed. In this season, you will notice that what used to exhaust you now energizes you. What once felt heavy now feels holy. That's how you know grace has shifted the gears. Divine acceleration comes with divine strength. However, to be aware when your pace changes. Not everyone will understand. Some will question the sudden progress. Others may even resent it. That's all right. They weren't meant to understand speed they didn't train for. You are not obligated to explain divine timing to human expectation. There's a sacred humility required here. Acceleration is not about prestige, it's about purpose. God doesn't speed you up for spectacle, He does it for impact. You're being positioned to influence lives, to restore hope, to complete assignments that others left unfinished. And as you move, remember the source of your momentum. Don't outrun the one who gave you wings. Stay anchored in prayer, in gratitude, in character. Divine speed without spiritual grounding leads to burnout, but divine speed with humility creates transformation. You will soon realize that places where you struggled for years will suddenly yield results. Conversations will flow, strategies will click, and timing will finally make sense. You'll wake up one day and see that everything has aligned in ways you couldn't have orchestrated on your own. When that moment comes, don't question it, flow with it. The wind doesn't need your permission to move, it needs your cooperation. Trust that heaven knows the route, even when the speed feels dizzying. And as this wind of acceleration begins to surround your life, take a breath, feel the shift. The pressure you've carried is turning into propulsion. What once held you back now becomes the very force pushing you forward. If your spirit recognizes this word, if you can sense the speed of heaven catching your pace, seal it now with a declaration of faith. Comment the number 888 below. Why 888? because in the language of heaven, the number 8 represents new beginnings, resurrection, and divine cycles. 3 8s together symbolize overflowing renewal, not just a fresh start, but a start beyond imagination. It means heaven's timing has not just resumed, it's accelerating. When you type 888, you're saying to God, I align with your pace. I release my hesitation. I step into the flow of divine speed. Oh, think of it as a spiritual ignition. The number becomes your yes to the wind that's been waiting to move you. It's not superstition, it's symbolism. Every digit declares acceleration. Every repetition confirms agreement. Even the act of commenting becomes prophetic movement. Your fingers obey what your spirit already knows. It's time to run. So tonight, let go of fear. Let go of what slowed you. Let go of guilt about lost time. Heaven has already adjusted the clock. What was delayed is now deployed. The road before you isn't new, it's newly open. Run with peace. Not panits. Trust that you're being carried, not chased. Divine acceleration isn't about speed, it's about synchronization with heaven's perfect rhythm. The wind is rising. The hour has come. Step into motion. Grace is your fuel, and glory is your destination. Every season of acceleration eventually leads to one moment arrival. But arrival in heaven's language is different from arrival in the world's. The world calls it success. Heaven calls it surrender. When divine acceleration brings you to the place of fulfillment, it's not about standing on a pedestal, it's about bowing on holy ground. You have reached the turning point. This moment doesn't come with fanfare. It arrives quietly. Like dawn after a long night. The signs are subtle but unmistakable. You begin to notice peace replacing striving, gratitude replacing fear, and purpose becoming your natural rhythm. You don't chase anymore, you flow. You don't panic over doors, you discern which ones were never meant to open. The book of Philippians, chapter 1, verse 6 declares, being confident of this, that he who began a good work in you will carry it on to completion until the day of Christ Jesus. That verse describes exactly what's unfolding in your life right now. The same God who started your transformation has no intention of leaving it unfinished. The turning point is not just about progress, it's about permanence. You've crossed the invisible line between survival and stewardship. You are no longer begging for breakthrough, you are learning how to manage it. Many don't realize this. But the greatest challenge after acceleration is sustainability. It's one thing to run fast, it's another to keep balance while moving. That's why this season requires stillness within motion. God doesn't want you to burn out on your own blessing. The turning point is where grace teaches pace. A chosen one once described it like this: when I finally arrived at the place I prayed for, I realized it wasn't about getting there. It was about learning how to stay there with peace. That's maturity. Heaven doesn't celebrate those who arrive first, but those who remain faithful after arriving. This stage of your journey will test humility more than hunger. Acceleration was about trusting God when nothing happened. Stability is about trusting Him when everything does. It's easy to depend on heaven when you're desperate. It takes discipline to stay dependent when you're abundant. Now, your focus shifts from asking to administering. You become a keeper of what was once a dream. The prayers that used to start with, Lord, please give, now evolve into, Lord, help me steward. You stop seeing blessings as possessions and start seeing them as responsibilities. At this point, God begins to introduce you to deeper layers of purpose. You start seeing how your story fits within something larger, a tapestry woven across generations. What you carry isn't just for you, it's legacy. The peace you fought for will become inheritance for others. Think of Joseph. His journey from pit to palace wasn't about proving his worth. It was about positioning him to preserve others during famine. Likewise, your turning point isn't just a personal celebration, it's a divine assignment. You've been trusted with influence not to dominate, but to deliver. This is where many are tempted to grow comfortable, but comfort is never the destination, it's the checkpoint before expansion. The turning point is a call to gratitude, not to restlessness. Gratitude keeps the heart humble, humility keeps the blessing flowing. You'll notice that God begins to simplify your vision here. The things that once felt urgent now feel irrelevant. You'll crave authenticity over attention, depth over display, peace over popularity. That's because success without presence feels hollow. And you've learned to recognize fullness only where heaven abides. In this season, silence will speak more loudly than applause. You'll prefer quiet rooms over crowded platforms, reflection over reaction. It's not withdrawal, it's wisdom. You've discovered that divine satisfaction doesn't need witnesses. And yet, don't mistake stillness for stagnation. The turning point isn't the end of movement, it's the start of mastery. You are learning to walk in rhythm with heaven's pace, to respond instead of react, to build instead of rush. You've entered the phase where maturity begins to sing louder than momentum. Some days, it may feel anticlimactic, like reaching a summit and realizing the climb mattered more than the view. That's by design. The climb shaped your endurance. The peak reveals your perspective. You can finally see why every detour, every disappointment, every delay was necessary. They weren't obstacles. They were the sculptors of your strength. When you look around now, you'll see evidence of completion everywhere. The people who once misunderstood you begin to understand. The dreams that felt distant start aligning effortlessly. The patterns that caused pain now make sense in hindsight. Heaven's handwriting was always on the wall. You just needed time to read it. This stage of your calling also comes with new grace for others. The empathy you've gained becomes healing for those still in their process. You don't judge their waiting, you guide them through it. Your stability becomes their prophecy. They'll see what God did for you and believe He can do it for them too. But above all, the turning point calls for continuous surrender. Success can tempt you to rely on yourself again, to forget the source. Guard your humility like treasure. Every morning, remind yourself that what you carry is borrowed light. It's yours to reflect, not to own. When life feels overwhelming again, return to the posture that got you here, knees bent, heart open, hands lifted. The position of dependence is not weakness, it's alignment. The same humility that opened the door will keep it from closing. You have reached a sacred threshold, not the end, but the beginning of divine consistency. You've become proof that what God starts, He finishes. The turning point is not about doing more, it's about becoming more peaceful, more patient, more present. So stand still for a moment and breathe. Feel the calm after years of storm. This is not the silence of absence, it's the silence of arrival. Heaven has completed what it began. Now, Your life doesn't just tell a story, it releases one wherever you go. The evidence of endurance will follow. You are the turning point, made flesh, the living testimony that faith never fails. And surrender never goes unrewarded. When a seed finally becomes a tree, it doesn't make a sound, it simply stands rooted. Living proof that time and grace can work miracles together. That's you now, rooted, standing, alive. But this isn't the end of your journey. It's the beginning of your blooming. This is your season to blossom. For a long time, you carried potential, quietly unseen, uncelebrated, beneath the surface. Your roots stretched deep into the soil of faith, learning what stability feels like. Others may have doubted your silence, mistaking it for stagnation. But heaven knew what was happening. The deeper the roots, the taller the tree. And now, your roots are ready to bear fruit. The book of Psalms, chapter 1, verse 3 describes this moment perfectly. That person is like a tree planted by streams of water, which yields its fruit in season, and whose leaf does not wither. Whatever they do prospers. That verse isn't a wish, it's a decree. You've stepped into the season where everything you've endured begins to make sense. Every unseen sacrifice, every quiet yes to God, every night you kept faith when no one was watching, all of it has led here. The soil that once felt heavy with pressure is now the very ground that nourishes you. The pain you buried became fertilizer for your future, and the same roots that went deep in secret are now pushing blossoms toward the light. Your life is becoming a garden of evidence. People will look at you and see hope growing where heartbreak once lived. They'll see peace blooming in the cracks of what was once broken. You've become a living parable of restoration. But remember, blossoming is not about showing off, it's about giving off. The fragrance of your life is meant to draw others toward faith, not toward you. Flowers never advertise, they simply exist beautifully. And that beauty speaks louder than words. This is why it's so important that you stay connected to your source. Blossoms without roots fade quickly. But you are not seasonal, you are sustained. The same stream that nourished you in drought will continue to feed you in abundance. Stay near the water, and as your branches stretch higher, something beautiful begins to happen. You start offering shade. The same world that once ignored you will begin to rest beneath your influence. People will find calm in your presence, wisdom in your words, comfort in your example. That's what true prosperity looks like, not material excess, but spiritual overflow. A chosen one once said, "I realized I had bloomed when I stopped needing to prove I was planted." That's the sign of maturity. You no longer crave validation. You simply grow. And those who need your fruit will find it right now. Look at how far you've come. You've survived storms that would have uprooted others. You've endured droughts and winds and seasons of silence. Yet here you are standing, stretching, and shining. Heaven is proud. These messages, these words you're hearing, they exist for one reason: to help people like you remember who they are when life makes them forget. Each one is like a seed, and together, they've been building a forest of faith, one listener, one heart, one soul at a time. If this space has spoken to you, if these words have felt like water to your weary roots, then I invite you to help this garden keep growing. When you like, share, and subscribe. It's not just interaction, It's planting new seeds in unseen soil. Each share is like tossing a handful of hope into the digital wind, where someone you may never meet can find it and bloom too. And for those who feel stirred more deeply, those who sense that they want to take part in keeping this forest alive, there's a gentle invitation. Consider giving. Consider being one of the hands that helps water the ground where others will one day stand. When you donate, you are not paying for a message. You are pouring water onto a shared root system. You are helping light and nourishment reach others who may be standing in their own wilderness, waiting for a word to remind them they can still grow. Think of it as planting a tree whose shade you may never sit under. That's what generosity really is, creating comfort for someone you may never know. The beauty of giving isn't in what leaves your hand, it's in what multiplies afterward. There is no pressure here, no expectation. Some contribute through giving, others contribute through prayer, kindness, or presence. Each form of support is a raindrop in the same storm of grace. You don't need to give to belong. You already belong because you're here, growing, listening, and believing. Still, if your heart feels that familiar warmth, if you sense that gentle whisper saying, "Be part of this garden," trust it. When you give, it's not about the amount, it's about alignment. Every seed sown in gratitude returns as growth somewhere in heaven's plan. And even if all you can offer today is a comment or a word of encouragement, know that it matters. Your words, your engagement, your faith, all of it feeds the soil of this movement. Together, we are tending a field of light, one heart at a time. You are not just a listener, you are a co-gardener in what heaven is planting across the earth. These messages are not mine, they are ours. They grow because hearts like yours believe in keeping hope alive. So, as this new chapter of your blooming begins, pause for a moment. Look back at the barren ground you once stood on. Now, see how green it has become. Every loss, every prayer, every waiting season, it all produced this. You are proof that nothing sown in faith is ever wasted. And just as blossoms attract bees to spread pollen, your life will now carry influence that travels far beyond your reach. What you've become will reproduce itself in others. Peace begets peace. Hope births hope. Light calls forth light. So, if this message has touched your spirit, let your gratitude bloom in action. Like what nourished you, share what revived you. Subscribe to stay planted where the rain still falls. And if your heart feels the nudge, donate as an act of quiet worship, not obligation. Every gesture, no matter how small, is a petal added to the garden of grace that is still unfolding. Your season to blossom has arrived. You don't need permission to bloom. Heaven already said yes. Stand tall. Stay rooted. Keep giving off light. The world needs what's growing in you. Every new level of peace demands a new level of awareness. The light that surrounds you now is not a comfort zone, it's a calling. Heaven has not finished its work in you. It has only shifted the terrain. The calm you feel isn't an ending, it's the beginning of a new kind of movement. This is the season of recommissioning. After every great restoration comes reassignment. God doesn't heal you to make you comfortable. He heals you to make you useful. You've been made whole not for idleness, but for impact. This is the moment where heaven hands you back the mantle you once dropped, not to burden you, but to remind you who you are. The book of Joshua, chapter 1, verse 9 declares, Have I not commanded you? Be strong and courageous. Do not be afraid. Do not be discouraged. For the Lord your God will be with you wherever you go. That verse is not suggestion, it's command. Heaven isn't asking you to feel brave. It's telling you that courage is already coded into your design. Every wound healed. Every tear redeemed. Every silence survived. Those were not detours. They were training. You've been rebuilt for responsibility. This new season will feel familiar yet strange. You'll revisit old environments, but you'll move differently within them. What once intimidated you will now respect you. The same places that drained you before will start to draw from you. That's the evidence of transformation. You no longer adapt to the atmosphere. The atmosphere adapts to you. You are not being sent back to repeat old battles. You're being sent to redeem old ground. What once represented defeat will now carry your authority. You will speak peace into what once silenced you. You'll restore what once rejected you. This is what it means to be recommissioned, not recycled, but reborn for purpose. It's natural to feel unqualified for what's coming. You might look at your past and wonder, how could God still use me? But purpose is not fragile. It survives even your mistakes. You cannot disqualify yourself from what grace has already sealed. God never rescinds his calling. He refines his carriers. A chosen one once said, "When I stopped trying to prove I was ready, I realized I already was." That's where you stand now, not in striving, but in readiness. Heaven isn't waiting for perfection. It's waiting for permission. The moment you say yes again, the wind will move. The recommissioning also comes with new discernment. You'll feel heaven pulling your focus towards specific people, places, and purposes. Not every opportunity will be for you, but every assignment will be clear. God is not calling you to scatter energy. He's calling you to aim it. Precision is the new power. There will be moments when old fears try to return, whispering that you're not strong enough. But courage doesn't mean the absence of fear. It means obedience despite it. The presence of fear doesn't cancel the assignment. It confirms it. You've been sent to stand where others froze. Your confidence now must be rooted not in performance, but in presence. Remember what Joshua learned. For the Lord your God will be with you wherever you go. You're not stepping forward alone. The same presence that parted waters, that silenced storms, that whispered in your wilderness, that same Spirit now walks with you into your promise. This new season won't rely on charisma or applause. It will rely on consistency. God is building longevity through you. You are not being prepared for a moment. You're being prepared for a movement. But with every new assignment comes a test of obedience. Some instructions will feel inconvenient. Some paths will look smaller than expected. Yet those are the doors of destiny, disguised as daily discipline. The great works of heaven rarely begin with spectacle. They start in secret. Be prepared for divine interruptions. Plan may shift. Timelines may bend. That's not instability. It's divine redirection. Heaven always prioritizes purpose over preference. When things rearrange suddenly, don't panic. That's God's way of aligning your route with His timing. You'll also notice that certain people reappear in this season, not all as friends, but all as mirrors. Some will remind you how far you've come. Others will test the boundaries you've just rebuilt. Respond with wisdom, not resentment. This time, you don't owe explanations. Your growth will speak louder than your defense ever could. As you step forward, keep your posture of peace. The same grace that sustained you through wilderness will sustain you in warfare. You are not being thrown into chaos, you are being placed into influence. Authority often looks like stillness under pressure. You are not who you were before the breaking. Your words now carry weight because they were tested in fire. When you speak, atmospheres shift because heaven recognizes the sound of endurance. This is why your voice matters. Now more than ever, it carries history, healing, and hope. And here's the secret of recommissioning. You don't go alone. You carry a generation with you, those watching, waiting, wondering if God still uses the broken. Your obedience becomes their permission to believe again. So, when you walk forward, don't just walk for yourself. Walk for those still in their wilderness. Walk for the ones who think redemption is out of reach. Walk for those who have lost their will to rise. Every step you take becomes prophecy for someone else's deliverance. This new chapter doesn't erase your scars, it anoints them. The marks of your battles become your ministry. The memories that once haunted you now hold healing for others. You have become living proof that grace doesn't just restore, it repurposes. Now, as you read these words, if something in your spirit recognizes the weight of what's next, if you can feel the fire flickering again inside your chest, anchor it. Seal this recommissioning with a declaration of readiness. Comment below, "I'm sent." Those two words carry power. They are not performance, they are permission. When you write, "I'm sent," you're not saying you have it all figured out. You're saying you're available. You're saying, "Lord, I don't know every detail, but I trust every direction." It's not about the platform, it's about posture. Heaven doesn't need another celebrity, it needs another vessel. And that's you. You've been rebuilt to be released. So stand up again, shoulders back, spirit steady. The same God who called you before still calls you now. You are not forgotten, you are being reintroduced. The world will see what heaven has been shaping in secret. This is your recommissioning. You are sent, sealed, sustained, and the wind is already waiting for your first step. There is a quiet strength that comes after obedience, a kind of power that doesn't need to prove itself. You've stepped into that now. This isn't the roar of faith in battle, it's the calm of faith after victory. You've learned that true authority is silent because it's secure. This is the season of hidden power. The world equates power with noise, with visibility, with constant movement. But heaven's power often arrives wrapped in stillness. The strongest current flows beneath the surface, unseen but undeniable. What God has placed inside you now is not for spectacle, it's for substance. The book of Isaiah, chapter 30, verse 15 says, "In quietness and confidence shall be your strength." Those words are not poetry, they are principle. The deeper your confidence grows in God, the less you feel the need to defend, explain, or rush. You begin to live from assurance, not anxiety. You realize that stillness is not passivity, it's positioning. When your heart is anchored, storms lose their leverage. Hidden power is not about dominance, it's about discernment. You now understand when to speak and when to stay silent, when to step forward and when to wait. Timing has become your ally. You've stopped fighting every battle and started choosing which ones are actually yours. That wisdom is evidence of spiritual maturity. This kind of power doesn't scream, it whispers. It doesn't seek validation, it radiates conviction. When people encounter you now, They won't know what changed, but they'll feel it. Something about your presence will carry weight. Peace and perspective. It's the quiet glow of someone who has been in the fire and come out refined. A chosen one once described it like this: I used to think power meant being loud. Now I know it means being rooted. That's the shift happening within you. You've moved from reaction to regulation, from survival to stability. You no longer chase visibility because you understand value. The applause of others once felt necessary. Now it feels optional. You've realized that being hidden is not punishment, it's protection. When God conceals you, it's because He's cultivating you. Some seeds only survive underground. Hidden power grows best in obscurity. It's where character matures without the pressure of performance. It's where motives are purified, where humility becomes your foundation, where wisdom replaces haste. You've been trained in silence so that when the next stage opens, you'll carry substance, not ego. In this phase, God will begin to test how you use power. He'll trust you with moments where you could retaliate, but choose restraint instead. That's when heaven smiles, because true strength is not in what you can do, but in what you choose not to. You'll find yourself walking into situations that once triggered old reactions, only to realize the storm no longer controls you. What used to provoke you now passes by quietly. That's how you know growth has become transformation. It's not that problems disappear. It's that they no longer define your response. This hidden power also manifests as peace. You'll notice that your inner world stays calm, even when the outer world shakes. You won't need constant reassurance anymore. The same voice that once whispered comfort now whispers strategy. You've learned to hear God not just in worship, but in wisdom. There's a sacred confidence that comes from knowing heaven backs you. It's not arrogance, it's awareness. You've stopped asking, "Can I?" and started saying, "If God wills, I will." Your confidence doesn't come from your ability to predict. It comes from your ability to trust. And that trust has changed how you move. You no longer rush to prove your worth. You understand that divine timing will reveal you when revealing serves purpose, not pride. Some doors don't open because they're wrong. They open when you're ready to walk through them without forgetting who you are. This hidden power also carries gentleness. You've learned that softness is not weakness, it's control. It's the art of strength refined through grace. You can confront without crushing, lead without loudness, love without losing yourself. That balance is what makes you dangerous to darkness and healing to hearts. Don't underestimate how powerful peace really is. The enemy can imitate noise, but he cannot counterfeit stillness. When you remain calm under chaos, heaven recognizes it as authority. That's why Jesus could sleep through storms. He wasn't indifferent. He was invincible. His peace commanded creation. You carry that same pattern now. When you walk into chaos and stay centered, you release heaven's equilibrium. You are no longer tossed by every wave. You've become the anchor others cling to. That's hidden power, the ability to steady the air just by being present. And though this power may remain unseen by most, its influence will spread quietly. Doors will open naturally. Hearts will trust you instinctively. Situations will resolve simply because your presence carries order. That's how the kingdom moves, not through spectacle, but through steadiness. Be content with being unseen for a while longer. You're not being overlooked, you're being refined. Visibility is temporary, but integrity lasts forever. Let God decide when to unveil you. The longer He hides you, the deeper He roots you. One day, when the moment arrives, the world will see what heaven already knows. You were never waiting for power, you were being shaped into it. So rest in the quiet strength that has settled over your life. You've entered a season where peace speaks louder than words, and stillness becomes your strongest weapon. You don't need to announce your authority anymore. The world will know it when it feels your calm. Every hidden strength eventually meets its proving ground, not a test of destruction, but of demonstration. The time always comes when what has been quietly built inside must find expression outside. Not to boast, but to bless. Not to impress, but to impact. This is the season of quiet demonstration. You've been entrusted with a calm kind of power, and now heaven invites you to walk it out, not loudly, but faithfully. What's inside you can no longer remain theoretical. Peace must walk into conflict. Wisdom must step into noise. Compassion must touch the crowd. This is where revelation becomes reality. The book of James, chapter 2, verse 17 says, "Faith by itself, if it is not accompanied by action, is dead." And through that verse doesn't diminish your stillness, it directs it. You've learned to listen, to discern, to wait, but now you must also act. What's been planted in your spirit is meant to move through your hands. The proof of transformation is not just how you pray, but how you walk. This moment will not feel like a spotlight. It will feel like service. The demonstration God calls you to isn't grand, it's grounded. It happens in ordinary moments, the way you speak to others, the way you show kindness when no one's watching, the way you choose integrity over image. Heaven calls that ministry. A chosen one once said, "My miracle began the day I stopped waiting to be seen and started living like I was already sent." That's the shift happening inside you now. You no longer need permission to move. You carry purpose in motion. This kind of demonstration doesn't demand an audience. In fact, some of your greatest acts will happen unseen. A whispered prayer for a stranger, a helping hand that never gets acknowledged, a word of comfort spoken when no one else noticed the pain. These quiet choices are seeds. Heaven sees every one. Your calling now is to make consistency your cathedral. Let faithfulness become your language. You've learned enough to realize that power isn't in perfection, it's in persistence. Every day you rise with intention. You preach without words. Every time you choose peace over panic, love over pride, faith over fear, you demonstrate heaven on earth. And though this season will not require performance, it will require presence. There will be moments when God asks you to stand where others shrink, to speak truth in places where silence has reigned too long. Not because you're better, but because you're willing. That's all heaven ever needs, a willing vessel. You'll also find that your presence starts to carry new gravity. People will confide in you, drawn by something they can't describe. Don't dismiss that. It's your spirit emitting safety. Those moments are holy appointments disguised as conversations. Every interaction becomes a small altar where grace meets need. This demonstration of faith is subtle but supernatural. You'll walk into situations that seem impossible and find solutions you didn't plan. Words will flow. Wisdom will arrive. Peace will settle. You won't need to overthink it. You'll just realize afterward that heaven moved through you. At times, you'll feel unqualified. You'll wonder if you're doing enough. But remember, obedience is measured in alignment, not applause. You don't have to change the whole world. You just have to obey in your corner of it. Impact multiplies through obedience far more than ambition ever could. Don't underestimate small gestures. A cup of water given in sincerity, a prayer whispered in private, a moment of forgiveness extended to someone undeserving. These are the demonstrations that ripple through eternity. Heaven calls them mighty, even when the world calls them minor. There will also be days when it feels like no one notices, when your effort seems invisible, your love unreturned, your work unrecognized. But that's because your audience has changed. You no longer perform for people, you serve for purpose. The applause of heaven is silent, but it sustains you longer than any human praise ever could. This season of demonstration will sharpen your humility. You'll begin to understand that being chosen doesn't make you higher, it makes you lower, closer to the ground, closer to those in need. You'll serve without seeking titles, love without conditions, and give without expecting return. That's what makes your faith alive. There will be divine confirmations along the way, small miracles reminding you you're on the right track, unexpected favor, timely encouragement, grace showing up when you feel spent. These are heaven's gentle nods, saying, "Keep going. I'm in this." You'll also see that your demonstration has a multiplying effect. The peace you carry will awaken peace in others. The steadiness you model will inspire courage in those who waver. Faith is contagious when lived consistently. Without a single sermon, your life will start preaching redemption. The beauty of this stage is in its simplicity. You're not chasing outcomes anymore. You're flowing in obedience. You don't measure success by how much you gain, but by how much love flows through you. You've become a living testimony of balance, humble yet bold, gentle yet firm, hidden yet impactful. This is not a time for new titles or achievements. It's a time to let your daily walk become your declaration. The most powerful sermons are not shouted, they're lived. You've already been anointed for this. Your scars became your oil. So move forward with quiet authority. Let your footsteps echo faith. Let your presence heal. Let your actions speak louder than your words. You don't need to announce your power anymore. It's already recognizable in the peace you carry. This is your demonstration, steady, sacred, unseen but unstoppable. The proof that transformation is real, and heaven's work in you is complete enough to overflow. Every demonstration of obedience eventually opens the way for revelation. As you've walked, served, and trusted in silence, heaven has been preparing something extraordinary behind the veil. You are standing now at the threshold of unveiling, where what was hidden in you begins to take visible form in the world. This is the season of revelation fulfilled. You've carried dreams that once felt distant. You've held promises that seemed delayed. But the stillness you endured wasn't punishment. It was preparation. God never reveals prematurely. Just as fruit must ripen before harvest, so must your spirit mature before manifestation. Now, the time has come. The book of Habakkuk, chapter 2, verse 3 declares, "For the vision is yet for an appointed time, though it tarry. Wait for it, because it will surely come. It will not delay." That verse describes your now. The appointed time has arrived. You are no longer waiting for fulfillment. It's already unfolding. often in quiet, natural ways that don't yet look miraculous, but carry heaven's fingerprints. You might not even recognize some of the answers you've prayed for because they're showing up differently than expected. The fulfillment of revelation rarely enters through fireworks. It seeps in like dawn, unnoticed at first but undeniable, once light fills the horizon. The world around you hasn't changed dramatically, yet everything feels new. Conversations align, opportunities open, ideas crystallize. You are witnessing the quiet mechanics of prophecy becoming reality. You may sense that the atmosphere around you has shifted. What used to resist now responds. What once felt distant now draws near. It's not luck, it's alignment. Heaven's timing and your obedience have finally met, and together they create acceleration. But with revelation fulfilled comes responsibility. Every answered prayer carries stewardship. You are now the caretaker of what you once only imagined. Don't rush to show it off, nurture it. What's being birthed through you is still fragile. Even divine manifestation needs protection in its infancy. A chosen one once said, "I almost ruined my miracle by announcing it too soon." That's wisdom for this hour. Some revelations are meant to be revealed slowly, one layer at a time. Let God unveil your promise at the pace that preserves it. In this season, you'll begin to notice new clarity in your perception. You'll see people and places differently. Some connections will deepen. Others will quietly dissolve. Don't mourn what leaves. Everything that exits now is making room for expansion. What aligns will stay, and what distracts will drift. This fulfillment will also test your humility. When blessings multiply, the temptation is to forget the process that built your faith. But remember the wilderness. Remember the prayers whispered through tears, the nights you held on by grace alone. Gratitude must remain your anchor. The more God reveals through you, the deeper your roots in humility must grow. You'll also experience what feels like déjà vu moments, where you realize you're standing in the very spaces you once dreamed about. It's a holy familiarity. Heaven often gives you glimpses of your future long before you arrive, so that when you do, your spirit recognizes it. This is why some victories won't surprise you. They'll feel like coming home. That's the sign of prophetic fulfillment, when joy feels familiar because your spirit saw it long before your eyes did. The danger now is distraction disguised as success. Don't let abundance make you forget alignment. Some doors will open simply because of your new visibility, but not every door leads forward. Wisdom, not excitement, must be your navigator. In the midst of this new flow, heaven will also highlight unfinished work, the prayers you stopped praying, the promises you set aside. Don't see this as correction, see it as continuation. Fulfillment doesn't mean completion, it means expansion. What God has begun through, you will ripple into places you never planned to reach. And while all this unfolds, remember, revelation fulfilled doesn't mean revelation finished. God always reveals in layers. What you see now is only the first bloom of a garden that will keep growing. This is why gratitude must become your daily rhythm. Gratitude guards revelation. The thankful heart remains open to receive more. When you thank God for what's unfolding, even before it's fully formed, heaven keeps pouring. If this word stirs something in your spirit, if you can feel the wind of fulfillment brushing against your life, gentle but sure, pause for a moment and acknowledge it. Heaven is confirming what your heart already knows. The vision is manifesting, and the wait was worth it. To seal this revelation in faith, comment below the number 444. Why 444? Because in the language of heaven, 4 is the number of foundation, completion, and divine order. When it appears in triple form, it represents heaven's alignment with earthly purpose. It signifies that your structure is secure, that what God began in you now stands on unshakable ground. When you write 444, you're not invoking luck, you're declaring stability. You're saying, the shaking is over. My foundation is firm. What God built in secret is ready to stand in the open. No, you are marking agreement with the flow of divine timing, the moment when heaven and earth shake hands over your destiny. It's not superstition, it's synchronization. Every time you type those digits, you echo the pattern of creation. Form, order, fullness, and faith. Let that number be your declaration tonight. Not noise, but confirmation. Not striving, but surrender. When you write 444, you're saying, I see it now. What was promised is becoming real, and I'm ready to carry it well. 1. This is revelation fulfilled the space between prophecy and performance, between dream and evidence. It's where the invisible becomes tangible and the waiting soul becomes a walking testimony. You've waited long, prayed deep, endured well, and heaven has remembered. The vision has reached its appointed time. Now walk forward quietly, confidently, knowing this truth. It was never delayed, it was being designed. There are moments in your life when gratitude feels too deep for words. You stand in the middle of answered prayers, and your heart trembles not out of fear, but out of awe. You look around and realize what once felt impossible is now normal. The pain that once defined you has become the soil of your peace. This is the season of overflowing gratitude. You've waited, prayed, endured, and learned to trust in silence. And now, the evidence surrounds you, not just in what you can touch, but in who you've become. Gratitude fills the air like fragrance. The miracle isn't just in what you've received, it's in the calm that finally lives inside you. The Book of Psalms, chapter 100, verse 5 declares, For the Lord is good, and his love endures forever. His faithfulness continues through all generations. Arlo. That verse sums up this moment perfectly. God's faithfulness didn't end when your prayers were answered. It continues, generation after generation, moment after moment. His goodness didn't appear suddenly. It's been weaving through every detail of your story, even when you couldn't see it. Gratitude changes how you see everything. You start to notice grace in ordinary things, the way light hits your window in the morning, the quiet peace after a long day, the laughter that breaks through worry. You begin to realize that joy doesn't always shout. Sometimes it just hums softly in the background of your life. Like a heartbeat you forgot to notice. You're not the same person who began this journey. Once, you chased certainty. Now you live in contentment. Once, you begged for answers. Now you rest in trust. That's the miracle. No one can measure the shift from needing proof to becoming peace. And now, as gratitude fills your spirit, something beautiful begins to flow through you. Generosity. Because when your heart is full, it naturally wants to pour. Gratitude always leads to giving. It's the divine reflex of a thankful soul. That's why moments like this matter. You're not here by coincidence. You're here because your journey and this message intersect for a purpose. These words aren't just meant to comfort, they're meant to connect. They're a reminder that gratitude isn't stillness, it's movement. So if this message has met you where you are, if it has spoken to something deep inside you, let your gratitude take shape. Like this message, if it stirred your heart. That small action isn't about numbers, it's about resonance. It tells heaven, I received this. I recognize truth when I hear it. End of. And if it touched you enough to want to keep the light flowing forward, then share it. When you share, you're not just passing along words, you're planting seeds. Somewhere, someone is waiting for the same reminder that found you. You never know whose storm your share might calm. If your spirit feels at home here, stay close. Subscribe to stay connected to this stream of faith and reflection, not as a follower, but as part of a family of hearts, learning to walk in light together. Each message that follows isn't random, it's water for the roots you've been nurturing. And for those who feel that quiet whisper, the one that says, I want to give back, hear this gently. You are never asked to give out of pressure. Giving isn't payment, it's participation. When you donate, you are not giving to a person, you're giving to a purpose. Think of it as pouring a drop of oil into a shared lamp. Each drop keeps the flame steady so that more souls can find light in the dark. You're not fueling a machine, you're fueling a movement of peace, healing, and hope. You might never see the faces your gift reaches, but heaven will. And one day, when someone says, that message saved me, you'll know your light was part of that miracle. That's how generosity works. It echoes beyond what eyes can see. And remember, giving isn't limited to money. You can give through kindness, through prayer, through encouragement, through presence. Each act of love is a form of donation that multiplies. The heart of gratitude doesn't measure the gift, it magnifies its meaning. For some, donating may feel like placing a single candle in a vast night sky. But that's how every sunrise begins, one light at a time. The light that once found you through words can now find others through you. And if you can't give now, don't feel burdened. Your willingness to listen, your choice to grow, your quiet faith, they all feed this same garden. Every like, every share, every prayer keeps this field alive. You're already a part of it. A chosen one once said, I realized that gratitude is how the soul breathes. That's the truth of this season. When you give, when you share, when you simply receive and rest, you are breathing in rhythm with heaven. So pause for a moment and take in how far you've come. The storms you survived didn't drown you, they baptized you into strength. The silence you endured didn't break you, it purified your hearing. And now, every breath, every step, every quiet, yes, is an act of worship. Your gratitude is the altar. Your life, the offering. You don't need to perform, just live aware. That alone glorifies God. But if this message has touched your soul, if you felt seen, understood, uplifted, then let your gratitude ripple. Like this light, share this peace. Subscribe to this journey. And if your heart feels stirred, donate freely and joyfully, not out of duty, but out of delight. Every ripple of gratitude becomes a wave of change. You never know whose darkness your generosity will illuminate. And tonight, as gratitude fills the room of your heart. Know this, you are not just blessed, you are a blessing. You were never meant to keep the light, you were meant to extend it. Let it flow, let it glow, let it grow. There is a silence that isn't empty, it's expectant. You're standing in it now. The hush that falls before a breakthrough is not hesitation, it's preparation. Heaven often grows quiet right before it speaks loudest. What you're feeling isn't abandonment, it's alignment. Something sacred is gathering behind that stillness. You've come through seasons of breaking, rebuilding, and believing. You've endured the fire, learned the rhythm of faith, and watched your roots deepen. Now you're in the pause before the unveiling, the in-between moment where heaven rearranges everything so that when it happens, it's unmistakably divine. This is the still point before the shift. The book of Habakkuk, chapter 2, verse 1 speaks to this moment. I will stand at my watch and station myself on the ramparts. I will look to see what he will say to me. That verse captures what this silence means. It's not absence, it's observation. The prophet didn't rush to speak. He waited to see what God would say. You're in that same posture now. Not stuck, not forgotten, stationed. Stillness is a sacred skill. The world around you moves fast, demanding constant reaction, constant performance. But heaven's strategy often begins with stillness. God hides his next instruction in the quiet. So only those who know how to pause can hear it. Think of the archer. The moment before release is motionless. The hand doesn't tremble, the eye doesn't blink. All the energy is contained in silence until the perfect second arrives, and then the arrow flies. That's where you are, drawn back by destiny, ready for release. The tension you feel is not punishment, it's propulsion. You may feel like everything has slowed, but that's how divine timing works. The pause is part of the precision. Heaven is aligning people, opportunities, and environments so that when your arrow flies, it won't miss. In the waiting, God trains perception. He's sharpening your inner sight so that when he speaks again, you'll recognize the difference between his whisper and the noise of the world. This is why the still point matters. It refines your hearing. A chosen one once said, I thought silence meant God was distant, but it was him leaning close enough for me to hear the small things. That's the paradox of this season. You are not far from breakthrough. You are inside the breath before it. The atmosphere around you may feel heavy because heaven is dense with movement. The unseen realm is rearranging itself to make room for what's coming. Doors that refused to open before are being recarved. People are being shifted into place. What feels like pause is actually progress hidden under divine discretion. This is the part of your journey where faith stops being theory and becomes oxygen. You're learning to breathe trust, to wake up each morning without visible change and still say, it's happening. That's faith at full maturity. The stillness doesn't mean inactivity, it means intimacy. Heaven moves best when the earth stops striving. You don't need to prove your readiness anymore. Your endurance already proved it. All that's left now is to stay aligned and let God do the heavy lifting. Think of a seed just before it breaks through the soil, to the surface. It looks like nothing is happening, but underground, pressure builds, cells divide, and destiny pushes upward. Then, suddenly, life erupts. The same is about to happen for you. The unseen is preparing to be seen. In this still point, Peace becomes your weapon. Anxiety wants to rush ahead. But peace says, "Be still and watch." The power you carry now isn't in movement, it's in posture. You stand still because you know the wind is about to shift in your favor. Don't confuse quiet with defeat. The greatest symphonies begin with silence. The most radiant dawns begin in darkness. And the most powerful miracles begin with stillness. You are in holy tension, not delay. What's coming next will not require your striving, only your surrender. The doors you once pushed on will open by themselves because heaven has the keys. The people who ignored you will suddenly remember your name. The timing that felt off will suddenly make perfect sense. But here's the secret of this season. Your response matters. The still point is a test of your posture. Will you panic or will you prepare? Will you complain or will you continue? Heaven responds to steady hearts, not restless hands. So when you feel the urge to force things, remind yourself that patience is prophecy. Waiting well speaks louder than worry ever could. It tells the unseen world, I trust the process, even when I don't see progress. If you could see what's forming behind the curtain, your silence would turn into worship. The same hands that once broke you are now building something beautiful. What felt like the end was really the beginning, rearranged. You are standing in the still point before your shift. Don't move until heaven moves. Don't speak until the whisper comes. You'll know when it's time, because peace will suddenly feel like propulsion. And when that moment arrives, when you sense the divine signal to step forward, you'll move not in fear, but in flow. Everything that once resisted you will yield. Not because you forced it, but because timing finally recognized you. If this word resonates in your spirit, if you can sense the weight of the quiet and the nearness of breakthrough, I invite you to anchor it in faith. Comment below, it's time. Those two simple words aren't reaction, they're recognition. When you write them, you're not rushing God, you're agreeing with Him. You're saying, I'm ready for what you've been preparing. It's not just a comment, it's confirmation. Heaven reads faith before it reads words. When you write, it's time, you're marking the shift in your spirit, telling both heaven and hell that you understand the silence, and you're staying steady until the sound returns. Hold this truth close. You're not waiting for movement, you are the movement. Heaven paused everything else to prepare you. Now, the world is about to catch up. So stay still, stay sure, stay soft. The next sound you hear will be the sound of doors opening, chains falling, and purpose calling your name. This is your still point, right before everything begins to move. When movement returns after silence, it doesn't always look dramatic. Sometimes it begins quietly, a thought, a meeting, a subtle shift that feels almost too small to matter. But heaven hides greatness in subtlety. The smallest turning of divine gears can alter the entire course of a destiny. This is the subtle unfolding. The shift you've been sensing is already happening. You might not see the full picture yet, but pieces are falling into place faster than you realize. The doors that seemed immovable have begun to crack. The atmosphere that once felt heavy now carries a different weight, the weight of promise fulfilled. The book of Zechariah, chapter 4, verse 10 reminds us, do not despise these small beginnings, for the Lord rejoices to see the work begin. Those words carry comfort and correction. Heaven celebrates beginnings long before completion. God doesn't measure success by scale, but by surrender. The quiet beginnings you see now are sacred. They're the signs that what He promised is breaking the surface. It's tempting to want fireworks, to crave visible confirmation that the wait was worth it. But God's fingerprints are often invisible until hindsight. What feels like delay is precision. What feels like obscurity is preparation for sustainability. The subtle unfolding is God's way of building without breaking you. Think of the tide. When the sea begins to rise, you don't always notice it at first. The movement is gentle, rhythmic, almost hidden. But before long, the entire shoreline has shifted. That's how divine change often arrives, not in crashing waves, but in quiet rising. You'll start noticing coincidences that aren't coincidences, familiar faces reappearing with new purpose, conversations that confirm what you prayed in private, sudden moments of peace in places that once caused pain. These are not random, they're reassurance. God is letting you glimpse His hand at work, not to satisfy curiosity, but to strengthen trust. A chosen one once said, "When things began to align, I almost missed it because I was expecting a miracle to look louder." Manedo. But heaven rarely shouts. Miracles often enter dressed as normal days. You'll recognize them not by noise, but by peace. The subtle unfolding is also about timing. God is releasing what you can sustain, not what you can simply receive. Rapid blessings without rootedness can crush, but slow growth cultivates depth. That's why He's revealing things piece by piece, to give you time to breathe, to adjust, to grow into the grace that's coming. It may feel strange to walk through doors that once resisted you. The terrain feels unfamiliar, yet familiar all at once. That's because destiny always feels like déjà vu. You're arriving at places your spirit visited long before your body did. You're stepping into scenes God wrote for you before time began. Still, part of you may feel hesitant. The mind sometimes struggles to accept what the Spirit already knows. Don't rush your acceptance. Let it settle naturally. Grace doesn't demand instant confidence. It grows it. Each day will reveal another confirmation that this new place is truly yours. And in this unfolding, you'll notice something profound. Peace no longer feels fleeting. It lingers. It doesn't come and go with circumstances. It stays. That's because you're no longer chasing what isn't yours. You've entered the space that was always meant for you. This peace will feel unfamiliar at first. After long seasons of survival, calm can feel unnatural. You might even catch yourself waiting for chaos to return, out of old habit. But it won't. Not in the same way. The storm was never meant to last forever. You are not in danger anymore. You are in transition. Now, as the subtle unfolding continues, God begins to adjust your perception. He'll show you that not everything that leaves you is loss. Sometimes subtraction is strategy. Some doors closing are not rejection, they're redirection. And the redirection is never backward, it's toward alignment. The key in this season is sensitivity. The movements of heaven will be gentle, almost like the wind changing direction. Don't fight them, follow them. You'll feel divine nudges to rest when you'd rather rush, to speak when you'd rather stay quiet, to act when it feels inconvenient. Trust those promptings. They are positioning you. The subtle unfolding is also an invitation to gratitude. Learn to celebrate the small victories, the unexpected favor, the peaceful mornings, the doors that creak open slowly. Gratitude magnifies grace. When you honor the small, heaven multiplies it. Sometimes, you'll look back and realize that the biggest miracles were hidden inside the smallest mercies, the conversation that restored your courage, the moment of clarity that stopped you from quitting, the gentle conviction that redirected your steps. God's fingerprints were there all along. This phase of your journey is not about speed, it's about sensitivity. It's about noticing what's changing without forcing what's not. It's about recognizing that divine momentum doesn't always roar. Sometimes it hums quietly beneath your days. Even when nothing seems to move, faith teaches you to see the invisible choreography happening behind the curtain. Every connection, every delay, every shift has purpose. Heaven is not improvising, it's orchestrating. When you learn to live aware of that, anxiety loses its grip. You stop demanding signs because you've become one. Your peace becomes proof. Your calm becomes confirmation. The unfolding doesn't have to make sense, it just has to continue. And it will. Even when you can't track it. Heaven is still on schedule. The hand that guided you through silence now guides you through subtlety. The same grace that kept you alive in the storm now teaches you how to thrive in calm. So don't despise these quiet days. They are not uneventful, they are essential. You are being repositioned, refined, and readied for what's next. The wind is still gentle, but its direction is sure. Soon, you'll realize that everything you prayed for is already here, just arriving softly, and when you finally see it in full, you'll whisper the only words that make sense. It was happening all along. Lock. Every unfolding reaches a point when the picture finally begins to make sense. What once felt like fragments now connects into form. Every piece, every pain, every pause, all of it starts aligning into purpose. That's where you stand now, in the space where heaven reveals the pattern behind the process. This is the moment of clarity. You can feel it in the quiet of your spirit. The confusion that used to cloud your mind no longer has power. Things that once seemed random now carry reason. You begin to see that nothing was wasted, not a single tear, not a single trial, not a single delay. Every thread of your story was woven with intention. The book of Romans, chapter 8, verse 28 says it best. And we know that in all things God works for the good of those who love him, who have been called according to his purpose. That truth is the lens through which you now see your life. All things doesn't mean only the pleasant moments, it includes the pain, the loss, the detours, and the misunderstandings. God is the only artist who can use both shadow and light to paint beauty. You are the canvas of that masterpiece. In this moment of clarity, you'll look back at seasons you didn't understand and finally say, that's why what once felt like rejection now reveals itself as protection. The closed doors weren't cruelty, they were kindness in disguise. The people who left weren't punishment, they were pruning. A chosen one once said, "The moment I stopped asking why and started asking what now, my peace returned." That's the shift clarity brings. It moves you from questioning to partnering. You stop wrestling with the past and start building the future. You begin to notice divine fingerprints everywhere. The timing of encounters, the placement of opportunities, the way conversations align. It's as if the script of your life is being revealed, one line at a time. And for the first time, you can read it without fear. Clarity doesn't mean you have every answer. It means you trust the author. You realize that understanding everything was never the goal, trusting through everything was. Faith was never supposed to erase mystery. It was meant to give you peace in the middle of it. This new sight also changes how you see yourself. You no longer identify with who you were in the valley. You've stopped calling yourself by your wounds and started recognizing your wisdom. You understand now that healing didn't erase your scars, it anointed them. They have become proof of survival and tools for empathy. The moment of clarity often comes with gratitude, not the kind that forces a smile through pain, but the kind that wells up naturally when you realize how carefully you were carried. You think back on the nights you thought you wouldn't make it and see how mercy quietly kept you breathing. You remember the loneliness and realize heaven was never far. It was holding you in invisible ways. In this season, your prayers begin to change tone. They no longer sound desperate, they sound deliberate. You stop asking, "When will it happen?" and start saying, "Thank you that it's already happening." That shift in language signals maturity. You are speaking from completion, not from craving. You'll notice that peace now precedes progress. You no longer chase outcomes, you attract them. Clarity simplifies your energy. You're done explaining yourself to those who refuse to understand, and done forcing alignment where it doesn't fit. You've learned that sometimes peace looks like walking away quietly, and you'll see that what once felt like waiting was actually building. The patience you developed has become your power. The resilience forged in your storms now fuels your influence. The humility learned in the valley now protects you on the mountain. The moment of clarity is also the moment of commissioning. Heaven doesn't show you understanding just to comfort you. It shows you so you can comfort others. What you see now isn't just for you. It's for those still blinded by confusion. You've been entrusted with perspective. And perspective is a kind of prophecy. As clarity grows, gratitude deepens. You start thanking God not just for what He gave, but for what He withheld. You bless the doors that closed, the jobs that didn't work, the relationships that didn't last, because now you see they were detours from destruction. You are finally at peace with your pace. The comparison that once drained you no longer has a voice. You've discovered that destiny has no competition. Everyone's story unfolds differently because each carries a different purpose. Your timeline isn't late, it's tailored. And now that you see clearly, you move differently. You no longer run from quiet or fear the unknown. You understand that clarity doesn't remove mystery, it simply gives you confidence inside it. You can now walk through uncertainty with calm, knowing that even when you can't see the whole road, your next step is always lit. This clarity doesn't make life easier, it makes it lighter. You stop carrying what isn't yours to fix. You let go of the urge to control what only God can complete. You live freer, speak softer, forgive quicker. You are no longer a survivor looking for meaning. You are a builder creating from understanding. You've learned the art of trust, the strength of surrender, the peace of perspective. The fog has lifted, the colors return, the map makes sense. And in this moment of clarity, one truth settles deep in your heart. Nothing was wasted. Every moment had meaning. Every loss led to life. Every silence was the sound of heaven, arranging symphony out of sorrow. You can rest now, not because the journey is over, but because you finally understand where you are in it. There is a stillness that follows clarity, a quiet unlike any other. It's not the silence of emptiness, but the calm of completion. You are standing in that quiet now. breathing air that once felt impossible to reach. You've come through darkness, delay, breaking, and building, and now everything inside you exhales at last. This is the rest after the rain. The storms that once terrified you have served their purpose. They washed away what could not remain, revealing the solid ground beneath your feet. You no longer live in survival mode, you live in awareness. You've learned that peace is not the absence of storms, it's the presence of understanding. The book of Hebrews, chapter 4, verse 10 declares, "For anyone who enters God's rest also rests from their works, just as God did from his." That verse describes the sacred pause you've reached. The striving that once drove you has quieted. You don't need to prove anything anymore, not to others, not even to yourself. You have stepped into rest, not as laziness, but as trust. It is the kind of rest that comes when you finally know you are safe in His hands. Rest doesn't mean doing nothing, it means doing everything from peace. It's when your movements are no longer frantic but fluid. Your days still hold purpose, but now your pace is guided, not forced. This is the rest that comes when your soul and your spirit agree that you're no longer behind. It's a beautiful thing. This peace that follows perseverance. The exhaustion that once consumed you begins to lift. The weight you carried for years starts to dissolve. You wake up without panic. Go to sleep without worry. That's not coincidence. That's healing, taking root. You might notice how your thoughts have changed too. Where once you overanalyzed, you now observe. Where you used to fear outcomes, you now trust process. That's the mark of someone who has learned divine rhythm. You no longer demand explanations, you discern seasons. This rest also allows you to notice beauty again. You start seeing God in simple things, the sunlight breaking through curtains, the laughter of a friend, the quiet of evening air. What once went unnoticed now glows with meaning. You've learned that joy doesn't need fireworks. Sometimes it lives in subtle peace. A chosen one once said, "When the rain stopped, I didn't rush to build again. I stood still long enough to smell the earth and thank God it was over." That's where you are now, thankful, not hurried. You've survived long enough to appreciate the pause before new beginnings. This season of rest isn't the end of your journey, it's the recovery before resurrection. Every soul needs renewal. Even divine assignments require refreshment. You are not being still because you've lost direction, you are still because you've found alignment. Rest teaches you what running never could. That strength doesn't come from constant motion, but from consistent peace. You are learning to live from fullness instead of from need. You are discovering that contentment is not complacency, it's clarity wrapped in gratitude. This peace also softens how you view your past. You stop resenting the path that brought you here. You see how every mistake became a teacher. Every loss became fertilizer. Every delay built discernment. Nothing in your story is wasted ink. God has been writing redemption between every line. You might find yourself forgiving people you thought you never could, not because they earned it, but because peace has made bitterness too heavy to carry. Rest teaches release. It untangles your grip from what's gone and frees your heart to hold what's now. There's humility in this rest. You realize that you didn't arrive here by willpower alone. Grace carried you the last mile. You see it now, the invisible hands that guided, the unseen mercy that guarded, the quiet strength that never left. Gratitude becomes your natural language, and as you breathe in this peace, you begin to notice another truth. Rest doesn't end movement, it refines it. When you move again, it will be from overflow, not obligation. The next steps won't feel forced. They'll flow like a river, following gravity, effortless, inevitable. Right. The rest after the rain is also prophetic. It's God's way of showing you what life feels like when He's leading, instead of your fear. It's a rehearsal for eternity, a glimpse of the harmony we were always meant to live in. So, don't rush through this calm. Let it soak in. Sit with it. Let the peace mend what the storm tore. Let your soul breathe before new assignments call your name again. Rest isn't weakness, it's worship. Soon, new growth will sprout from this quiet ground. You'll rise again, stronger yet softer, ready yet rested. But for now, it's enough to simply be. The world has taught you to chase, to hustle, to strive. Heaven now teaches you to stay, to breathe, to trust. You've earned this silence. You've earned this serenity. It's not the end, it's the echo of fulfillment. Rest, for the rain has done its work. Rest, because peace has proven its strength. Rest, because you have finally found home within yourself. The journey has circled back to where it began. But everything feels different. Now, the path is the same. Yet you are not. You started this walk burdened by questions, shadowed by uncertainty, carrying the ache of becoming. But now, as you stand at the close of this divine unfolding, the air feels lighter. You have learned that endings in heaven's language are simply new beginnings written in softer ink. This is the eternal return. You were never meant to stay in the valley, yet you were also never meant to despise it. Every descent taught you reverence. Every rise taught you resilience. The circle of calling always brings you back, but with deeper wisdom. What once confused you now anchors you. What once broke you now builds others. The Book of Ecclesiastes, chapter 3, verse 14 reminds us, I know that everything God does will endure forever. Nothing can be added to it and nothing taken from it. God does it so that people will fear Him. Len, those words describe the beauty of divine permanence. Everything you've walked through, every victory, every tear, every silence was part of something eternal. Heaven doesn't waste motion. Even the smallest steps carried eternal consequence. As you look back, you realize how God used time not to test you, but to teach you. You've learned that waiting refines the heart, that faith grows best in hidden soil, and that love, real love, survives seasons. The lessons aren't abstract anymore, they're alive inside you. You've become proof that surrender is not loss. You didn't crumble under pressure, you crystallized. What felt like breaking was really transformation. The refining of gold under divine fire. The pain that once defined you now dignifies you. The eternal return is the moment when the traveler finally understands the map was never about reaching a destination, it was about becoming one. You are no longer chasing purpose, you've merged with it. Your every breath, your every word, your every quiet act of kindness carries heaven's signature now. Think of the ocean. Each wave crashes only to return. And in that rhythm, it finds its eternity. You've become like that, able to move, give, and return without losing your center. You now understand the ebb and flow of divine rhythm. You can rest without guilt. Move without fear. Give without depletion. That's what spiritual maturity feels like, movement balanced by peace. In this closing chapter, God doesn't give you more instructions. He gives you awareness. You begin to recognize Him not just in miracles, but in the mundane, in the way light falls across your table, in the laughter of those you love, in the silence that no longer feels empty. You start realizing that heaven has always been near. It wasn't waiting for you at the end. It was walking with you all along. A chosen one once whispered, "The proof of growth is when the presence that once required a church now fills your own breathing." You've reached that sacred awareness. You don't have to search anymore. You simply see. Your gratitude has matured into reverence. You don't thank God only for blessings. Now you thank Him for boundaries, for endings that kept you whole, for pauses that taught you peace. You understand that love without limit requires wisdom without haste. You can finally say, "Thank you for what didn't happen, as much as for what did." And there's another quiet realization. The people and moments you lost were not stolen, they were sown. Heaven never subtracts, it plants. Some seeds take longer to bloom, but eternity always brings them full circle. Every goodbye written in obedience will find its hello again in glory. As you rest here at the edge of this great cycle, there is no anxiety about tomorrow. The future doesn't feel threatening anymore. It feels familiar. You sense that whatever comes next will meet you with the same grace that met you here. The eternal return is not about finishing strong, it's about finishing surrendered. You've learned that heaven measures success not by how high you climb, but by how deeply you love. Every act of compassion became a cathedral. Every moment of faith, a doorway to eternity. Even your silence carries authority now. When you pray, you don't beg, you breathe. When you speak, you don't strive, you align. You've stopped trying to make waves and started realizing you are one. Look around. The world hasn't changed much, but your eyes have. You can see light in shadows, purpose in pain, and God in everything. That's the final miracle. Not that the path led you somewhere new, but that it taught you to see differently where you already stood. And as this story folds into stillness, you understand something profound. You were never walking alone. Every step was accompanied. Every silence was shared. Every moment of despair was held in divine hands that never once let you go. So, you bow not in defeat, but in devotion. You exhale, not in exhaustion, but in wonder. You've come full circle, and yet everything is beginning again. The eternal return is not about going back. It's about realizing that God was there in every direction you turned. You've come home not to a place, but to a presence. Now, you live lighter, love deeper, and move slower, not because you've lost fire, but because you've learned flame. The journey continues. Yes, but now, every step is sacred. You've reached the end of this journey, but not the end of what it's awakening. These words were never just lessons, they were landmarks. Achsektion, each whisper, each verse has carried you closer to remembering what you were always meant to be: light, purpose, and presence in motion. This is not goodbye, it's the breath before your next beginning. Now the path widens before you. What was once story has become strength. What was once prophecy has become proof. You've seen how God builds, breaks, and restores. You've walked through silence and thunder, through despair and revelation. and discovered that every step was guided. Heaven has not just spoken to you, it has spoken through you. Pause for a moment and breathe. Feel the air in your chest, the steady rhythm of peace inside you. That is not coincidence. That's the sound of alignment, the music of someone who knows who they are. You have carried truth through the valley, and now you carry it into the world. And as this message comes to rest, I want to ask something simple, something not of obligation, but of connection. If these words have met you in the night, if they have reminded you that hope is still alive inside you, then let your gratitude become a ripple. Like this message, if it spoke peace to your spirit. Each click is not just acknowledgement, it's a small spark that keeps this flame visible for the next soul searching in the dark. Share it if you feel led to. You never know whose midnight your voice will reach. Sometimes, the right word at the right time becomes the hand that pulls another out of despair. Your share might be the bridge between silence and salvation for someone else. And if your heart feels at home here, stay close. Subscribe, not out of routine, but as a decision to stay connected to the flow of light that continues. Every message that follows is another drop of water for your roots, another ember for your fire. And for those who feel that quiet, stirring the one that says, I want to help this keep growing, you already know what it means. When you choose to donate, you're not giving to a person, you're giving to a purpose. Think of it as adding oil to a shared lamp so that the flame that found you can find others too. You're not being asked, you're being invited. The light you keep burning here becomes light for thousands who haven't yet remembered their worth. Each act of generosity, whether financial, emotional, or spiritual, is a petal in a garden that stretches farther than we can see. If all you have to offer is your presence, your comment, or your prayer, that's enough. Every amen, every word of reflection below, every sentence of gratitude becomes another echo of faith in this growing circle of light. Leave your reflection below. Tell what moment met you. What word awakened you? You may not realize it, but your comment can become someone else's confirmation. We don't build this space through money or marketing. We build it through meaning. Each like, each share, each comment, each offering is a brick in a sanctuary made of stories and hearts. So as you step out into the night, remember this: you are not leaving the presence of God. You are carrying it. You are now the message that keeps moving. You are the continuation of every word written here. The story doesn't end, it multiplies. Every breath you take in gratitude becomes prophecy. Every act of kindness becomes scripture in motion. So go. Live gently. Shine quietly. And when you remember these words, let them remind you that you were chosen, not just to listen, but to live chosen. And if tonight this message found you exactly when you needed it, let gratitude be your answer. Like to honor the light. Share to extend it. Subscribe to stay within it. And if your heart whispers, yes, donate to keep it burning for the next wanderer who needs to find their way home. This is not the end. This is the continuation of everything sacred you've discovered within yourself. You are the message now. You are the light. You are the chosen one.